You're live. Check 1, 2. Where are you, Joe?
Check 3, 4.
Joe. I think in the movie theaters back then they used flashlights. Sound check.
Check 3, 4.
That worked. Sound check. All right. Hello and welcome to the viewing movie film premiere. I don't know how to do this from back in the day. Hey, Bex. So tonight we are going to go over educational films of yesteryears. Tonight's film is what, 1956? Now, I'm
Yeah.
not going to tell you what they're trying to push, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had a lot of nostalgic flashback memories related to living in an old house for quite a while that was built in the 20s and wasn't really ever updated. So it's a fun film for me. I told Joe I want to do this. I know it's not the 1920s or 40s even, but there are those films, and those are a kick also. Yes, they're a kick. This one is just, it's the ultimate, if you know who Gidget is. So, hi, not really there. And hello and
Hey.
welcome again,
Yes.
everybody. I'm a
Hello,
little giddy.
welcome.
I'm giddier than I realized. I think I'm excited for the films. A little
Film
bit of
night.
my own involvement, his like personal background with films and photography, and just super enjoying
Yep.
like editing stuff, even though I can't master the technology of it, but I love somewhat of the production of it. But these educational films, or I would call some of them like the infomercials of the 90s, but of the yesteryears infomercials. Um, there's job training videos, there's the educational videos from personal hygiene, manners, and how to be popular. They're funny. There's a lot of films out there on YouTube. Um, I usually type in vintage films of like 19, pick a decade, before the 60s. And there's a lot out there. And these films are sometimes loaded on YouTube ago, 14 years ago, like when YouTube started, I think. So, with that being said, are you ready? Oh, you're Ticketmaster? That's funny. I could have renamed. I didn't even think about it. I'm excited. I didn't even think about going concession stand attendee or I don't know all the names. I don't know all the names.
Yeah.
Um,
So, as we posted or put out there, this is an open panel, so we are going to stick the invite to anyone and everyone into the chat here momentarily during the intro. And whoever wants to hop on here and talk with us about this lovely infomercial
yeah.
that we're going to play, everyone is more than
Infomercial.
welcome to hop in and give their 2 cents, and
Yeah.
um, we'll,
It
we'll, we'll
should
just
be
we'll,
it
we'll just go from there.
should be fun. I'm smiling about the idea I have is to play hopefully up to a minute at a time before pausing it and just going over whatever stands out, whatever's funny, interesting, or I'm offended. I don't care. Uh, it's all good. So we're gonna roll the credit intro, not the credit, the
Yep.
our intro,
Yep.
and then we'll be right back to say
All right.
hello to anybody else that shows up.
And we will pin the link as the intro goes. See y'all in a
First.
minute.
You're listening to Radio Cosmos. Time to join.
Joe Cool and JJ Organics.
Lucky winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest. Coming at you live from Floston.
Cool, who I see in many different live streams. Joe Cool is a cool dude to have on all the live streams. This dude is there.
I'm already eating my popcorn. I can never get snacks and sit there and wait for the movie to start. And then when you think it's starting, it's 30 minutes of commercials. Like, so, I don't even remember the title of this movie. Do you remember the title of it, babe?
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I don't-
Our big background, that yellow and off red brown screen picture, is from the very end of it. So it was kind of themed from the film. And yeah, I guess we'll say a few hellos because those are fun. We didn't get a chance to make the new ones, but we have a couple new ideas to add to the list of saying hello. You want to hit the? I'll let you hit the hellos.
I can do that.
You like
Let's
clicky buttons.
see.
I mess up clicky buttons, so I have to talk with my hands or something.
We'll say hello to Emilio's.
That was the original. That was the first one. That was the inspiration for it all.
And Drew.
What's my name? It's Dunk. Say hello to my chocolate blend.
Don't mind if I do.
Dunkachina.
That was the most fun
That was.
Joe had making a remix of that.
And of course.
Shout out to California, baby.
And the most wonderful.
Ow, Mau Mau.
That's sort of a hello. Shout out to
Yeah.
J Dreamers.
Jay Dreamers.
It was just a funny
Guy's awesome.
when he did that live stream, and he can pronunciate a lot of funny long words. It reminded me of that. Was it the Oak Ridge Boys song? It was funny.
That
And then we got. You're disappearing in your alleyway there. You need more light.
ooh. And of course.
And the bell. And your microphone is breaking up again. We're gonna have to get you a new headset.
And for everybody else.
Blow them on.
So that is for everybody down under, because we tend to run into a lot of Aussies out there. And it was super fun for me to make. And I just had to include everybody until I came up with more ideas. So, hello, Tartarian Truth. Not really there. It's my mix.
Not really
Oh, no,
there.
this is the mix and mix. Bex, and hopefully as we get the film rolling,
Shambex.
because it's 9 o'clock our side, give it a few more hours, and we could be here a while. This film is only like not even a full 30 minutes, and I'm telling you, I wasn't on the edge of my seat I was just fully entertained the whole time. Just nostalgic and or entertained at the certain things of growing up that are slightly different, but a lot of similarities. So um, we're gonna get the ball rolling. Go ahead and I guess I can push play because it's a mutual button, right?
Yes. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
We've got somebody. We got Sham.
We
Yo, what's
got
up?
the sham.
Hello. Are
Can
you
you hear
ready
me?
for? Yes, I can hear you. Are you ready for some education or an infomercial?
What are you guys getting into?
It's a film from 1956, and I don't really want to give too much more away because I'm like, we're gonna see if anybody can tell what they're pushing, or most of them are educational or they look like infomercials. So
Yeah, I'll be listening for a little bit while I'm working. I've got to clean an apartment, unfortunately, tonight, so I'll be here pretty late. But yeah, you guys invited me. I just wanted to make sure I stopped by and say what's up.
oh, much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, you ever get the time and
All right, I
hop
think
on?
it just starts playing. It's like a minute intro of credits, and then
I'll hang out for a minute.
does it feel like we're going on an adventure?
Feel like we're watching miniseries.
John Sutherland. Sutherland, right?
Peter Mackenzie Forrest, I can murder you. You leave me alone. That's your idea how to treat a member of your own family. Well, if that stinking bird's a member, I resign. Mother, do you know what Peter did? He put Tinker on the fire escape and purposely left the cage door open.
Does anybody relate to being a mother or a parent right now?
Right, and the dopey bird didn't even have sense enough to fly away. He is not dopey. Anyway, it's cruel to carry a bird that far in an automobile. Well, if you can take that mangy goldfish, I can take Tinker. Mangy, I'd like you to know. Well, just a minute.
Okay, now that mom did a whistle. I don't have that mastered, but I do know some that do. Now this is very relatable because our daughter is the oldest and our son is younger, and we have a cat and a dog, but they don't fight like this over a bird and a fish. But Peter, I think is the son's name. He is a whippersnapper. He is very entertaining.
This is our last day in the apartment. Please, no fight.
Well, she called my goldfish
You go to a neutral corner.
Sorry about the violence, people. Sorry.
A neutral corner.
Carolyn, will you get Tinker out of the way, please? Did you say goodbye to Ralph? And Smitty?
Yeah.
And Red?
Wasn't around.
Peter?
Is the audio okay? Like, is it loud enough?
Yeah, it's good on my end at least.
Yeah. Do you think this move is any less painful for your father? Nobody likes to say goodbye to old friends. But Springdale is a wonderful new plant. A lot of men wanted the job as assistant personnel manager. You ought to be proud the company gave the job to your father.
You don't have to give me the commercial. I'm not a baby.
What'd I tell you? What a whippersnapper. You don't have to give me the commercial. I'm not a baby. But I was also noticing the guilt trip of, you know, like, your father's not happy, or it's hard for him too, and at least they picked him. Like,
No one likes to move around a lot. I did as a kid, and I hated it.
Oh, I would have loved to move
Yeah.
around.
Yeah,
In a traveling sense, I think I was itching for it, and we traveled. And we had our home base, I would say, and then we traveled all the time to our cabin. Say ours, my parents' cabin. It was in the family. But we traveled a lot, and I always loved leaving home. I don't know why. But
It just sucks saying goodbye to friends and stuff.
The Packers will...
you know what?
Yeah.
I grew up in an
Yeah.
apartment complex, so families were moving in and out all the time, and I think I was just used to it because
Same here. After the first
I-
couple ones, I was like, damn.
Yeah. I stayed in touch with most of them, and they didn't move too far away. And by high school, sometimes you meet up again.
Yeah, I mean, we would like all meet up and play kickball and stuff like that and just hang out all day. So it was always tough when someone moved away. I don't know.
Yeah, and down here in Florida, where I grew up, I was down here till I was age 16, right? So all of my friends down here, I grew up with, we were outside all the time. Like you said, kickball, riding bikes, whatever, all day. So when I turned 16 and my parents were like, hey, we're moving to Michigan. I was like, yeah, we're going to move to Michigan starting my junior year of high school.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to leave everybody behind that I've ever known my entire life. That sucks.
So the other thing I kept staring at is the teenage daughter. She reminds me of somebody. Right now, it looks like Christina Ricci, but on other angles, it's somebody else. But I can't quite pin the name.
Be here in a few minutes. So you run along and help tie up those boxes, huh? Okay.
Tie up the boxes.
What do you know? He didn't complain.
Oh, well, don't ride him anymore, Carol, and leave him alone.
It's merely sibling rivalry, Mother. He really doesn't mind.
It's just me, I guess. I'm
Right.
irritable and tired.
Uh-oh, we got more female troubles.
I'm sorry, Mom. I really ought to act my age.
You have nice, strong fingers like your father.
That is
What an
not normal.
operator. There's women folk putting all his stuff in storage while he has himself a high old time in Springdale.
Oh, I doubt it. Not your father, and not Springdale.
Yeah. Gosh, Mom, it's going to be so different in the new town and lonesome. I wonder what to do with myself.
Well, maybe I can help in that department.
Get ready for some big news.
Darling, I guess now's as good a time as any to tell you. I'm going to have a baby.
Uh-oh.
Don't be ridiculous.
Carol.
People just don't go around having babies when they're...
This is my third time watching it, and I still get a kick out of it. I'm like, don't be ridiculous.
Daughters are practically 15. It's...
I think it's wonderful.
No, people just don't go around having babies.
Someone got excited after the promotion.
My own mother. A mother. Don't you want to sit down?
Listen to that phone ring.
Hello?
So, JJ.
Yes, this is she.
Really quick, not really here said, I think she looks a bit like Doogie Howser.
You know what? Yeah, and that I can see it in that nose. But it's always that T-zone, they say.
I thought she looked like the dude from The Twilight Zone a little bit, the announcer.
Oh, yeah. Under the similar, feature, kind of. It's interesting. What I picked up on watching these infomercials, educational commercials, is that the acting is actually really good.
This is an infomercial? That's crazy, yeah.
I'm calling it infomercial / educational. There's a lot of, they're fun.
Milt! Oh, I'm so glad to hear your voice.
Now listen, Ellen, don't let them put our stuff in storage. Have them ship it straight here to Springdale, Jefferson Street.
Well, what's on Jefferson Street?
Our house.
Whose house?
Sweetheart, I realize that no husband in his right mind would ordinarily buy a house without letting his wife see it first, but, well, in this case, I was absolutely sure.
It is the 50s, man. You can do whatever the fuck you want. She just has to put up with it. buy a house without her looking at it. Absolutely.
Milt Forrest, you mean you've already bought it? You've signed the papers?
Signed and sealed.
But, darling, at least you could have called me.
The new plant's turned Springdale into a boom town. There's nothing left to rent. If you want a house, you've got to buy.
Yes, but Milt, what kind of a house is it?
Believe me, darling, this house is the answer to all our dreams.
It's a fun house. That's what kind of house it is. Yeah,
Foreshadowing.
So
I just can't get over our good luck. Now, trust me, will you?
Well, okay, I guess.
Now, I'll send a wire to the moving people with all the details, so you and the kids just come on out. It's the second house north on Jefferson Street from the corner of 17th. You got that?
The second house north on Jefferson from 17th.
I'll expect you Saturday afternoon. Goodbye for now. Oh, and honey, don't try to drive more than 300 miles a day. And give my love to the kids, huh? Bye.
Don't
It's a long
drive
journey.
300 miles a day.
300 miles in a day.
They didn't do, even like 60 miles an hour back then. I think it was.
I think back then
probably 45.
I think they had well, actually, depending on where they're coming from,
Yeah.
even if they're doing freeway, I think it was 55 max speed back then.
It's semi-fictitious story.
Bye. I think I need a doctor. A psychiatrist.
Where do you think those female troubles are coming from? Man, look at those wheels.
The good old days.
Shem, I would love to have a vehicle like that.
I just got my 2000 Pontiac Sunfire back today. Back and working. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not that old, but it's
really.
You know what I realized? Shem, we can hear all of your sound effects. You sound like no, it's fine. I just realized
you're fine.
You're adding to the film, giving it some more like
yeah, you're actually adding to the film.
Texture.
It's actually pretty cool.
She's not cleaning yet, but it'll help.
Sorry about that.
Shem
I didn't know how loud this would be.
Oh no, you're fine. Really.
Shem's like the what do you want to say?
Audio engineer.
Yes.
Yeah,
there
that sound audio engineer. Is that what it is? Yeah. For the wife.
This gets really funny.
Do you suppose this
one or that one?
Could be. That was 17th, and this is the second block north. And this is Jefferson Street?
Well, let's go.
Gee, this
Let's
is
go
great.
ask for directions.
Come on, Pete, let's see what's in here. Okay.
Hello.
Hello yourself.
I'm sorry, this house is no longer open for inspection. It's been sold.
I know. We're the new owners.
Oh, well, I'm Ron Shepard of Walsh and Watson. We did the electrical contracting work on this house.
Walsh and Watson. Electrical. Look at that pink kitchen.
Back when a family could afford a house.
When you get a load of the appliances, I don't even think they could afford it then.
Model homes get a lot of people coming through, and we thought we'd better check. Hope everything's all right.
All right. Oh, excuse me, I'm Ellen Forrest. How do you do?
How do you do?
You see, my husband bought this house without my ever having seen it.
Well, he certainly knew what he was doing.
Oh, he certainly did.
Mother, wait till you see the master bedroom. It's got built-in overhead spotlights. And will you look at this kitchen?
I am looking.
Cool.
We don't even have built-in overhead spotlights in our apartment. And this is only like 23 years old.
My range, Mr. Shepherd?
Your range?
Range, not oven.
Classic.
I know. I love some of the vocab of even describing appliances is different. I'm like, I'm gonna start talking that way. I'm gonna go on the range. What are you doing on the range?
To be fair, we do still call it ranges, and like maintenance and apartment cleaning business, they always call it the range for just among the workers, I guess.
Yeah, like I was raised in the north, and Joe raised in the south, and I always called it pop. They call it soda. There's certain things that are just
Soda
how
pop.
you're programmed to say it. Soda pop, or my cousins in Texas call it fizzy drinks. I'm like, just add to the list. Just add to the list.
One of your ovens.
Oh.
One of.
Yes.
Range.
Wow. Wow yourself. You know, I feel a little like they do. I still can't really believe it.
You might as well meet the rest of it. It's for dishes.
Oh. And the garbage disposer.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
One of the best.
praise be for the big small favor.
Praise be for the garbage disposal.
And this is your combination washer and dryer.
A combination.
Combination washer and dryer. I just saw, I want to say commercial or a type of commercial, like they're pushing these again. Like they're bringing them out like it's a brand new idea. And then I watched this video and I'm sitting there going like, even I knew it wasn't a brand new idea, but they push it that way. What's up, Bernie?
Hey, what's up, Bernie?
We're just taking a grand tour of the new kitchen.
Bernie Kane, what's up?
And your other oven.
We got the links up if you want to hop on.
Now,
No more for just a minute. Wonderland.
Ah. It skipped. I wanted her to say it because she's wearing the right dress.
No more for just a minute. I feel a little bit like Alice in Wonderland.
Doesn't she? When she said that, I was like, well, she's wearing the blue dress with the white cuffs and collar. And I'm just there going like, but you fell down the wrong portal.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, you're going to get snapped back out of it.
I actually wanted to ask Shem, have you heard of a washer-dryer combo, like in the same thing? Now, I've seen the combos where, like, the dryer's on top of a washer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen those, but I haven't seen a one unit that does the washing and drying, literally,
in the same door.
unit. I've never seen that. I've never even heard of it. I was wondering if
Same here, because it's weird because you have to have the ventilation for the dryer, so you have to like seal that up while you're running it. So I don't know how that makes sense, but I guess
it's exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, how does that work? Because you have the water going through there, right? And if you have the ventilation, now all the water's going to I don't know.
it just sounds like more stuff to break in it, more repairs probably. I don't know.
Right?
I thought I'd ask that. That was interesting. But yeah, once again, we have the StreamYard links up on both channels. So anybody ever wants to hop on.
Oh, I think I need to get to 7. Okay.
washer and dryer.
It's a washer and dryer combined. And I'm sitting there going, water and electricity, because that's for a washer or a dishwasher. But to flip it, how does it like flip to dryer? Because that's more intense heat than hot water coming in. Because like you said, something's going to break a little bit more often because this is 1956.
They probably have. There's probably some kind of just sealant, like an automatic door that seals off the hose whenever it converts to a washer. But yeah, like that sounds like it's very easy to break. That's probably why they stopped doing it.
Right. Or it's a prop and they're trying to act like they know what they're doing and they really can't get that one appliance working right. But they'll sell more ranges and ovens and dishwashers. Who knows?
And your other oven.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Now,
No more for just a minute. I feel a little bit like Alice in Wonderland. All right.
Now,
Just a minute.
you have a truly modern house, Mrs. Forrest, and I don't mean just the architecture. Here, look.
Modern
This is the real clue to modern living. A really adequate power supply.
Look how far we've come since the 50s or late 50s.
Now, there are ranch houses in Springdale built last month, but they're obsolete. See, like almost every house built nowadays, they have 1926 lighting circuits in them.
Oh, there's her husband.
Hey!
Look at him bolt.
There are built-in lights all over. This house is, well, it just is, that's all.
Hey, where is everybody?
It's Daddy! Here's Daddy!
Well, welcome to Springdale.
Daddy.
Milt Forrest, I think you're crazy, and I know we can't afford it, but it's the most wonderful house I've ever seen.
It's a dream. Even I think so.
Well, that's great, just great. If you react like that to the outside, well, wait till you see the inside. I'm telling you, you haven't lived until you get it.
Inside?
Wait, what? We're inside right now.
You see her jaw drop? That was funny. Just, huh?
Carolyn, you were saying, darling?
Anyway, what are we doing visiting neighbors before they've moved in? Come on, let's go see our own home.
There may have been some slight miscommunication. Because on a street, there's houses on each side. So when you say the second one from the block, left or right, which side, right?
She's gonna be upset.
Oh no,
Wait till you see your
she's a
room,
lady.
Pete. It's just the kind of a room I always wanted when I was your age. Right up under the eaves.
Is she gonna be disappointed?
The street was right, but we sure got the wrong number.
Look, it's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Look at all that vegetation.
I'm liking it.
So across the street was a modern 2-bedroom ranch-style house. They are now walking into a 9-bedroom house.
9
Sure
bedrooms?
is, I'll
9
say.
bedrooms.
Very.
Come on inside.
A lot older. Just watch the wife.
Well, here we are. Isn't this something?
Sure is.
Bedrooms are upstairs. Why don't you kids go up and take a look?
Now she fell down the rabbit hole. Now she's Alice in Wonderland. Now this is falling down the rabbit hole.
I got first bed. Like fun you do. Oh, yeah.
You get it too?
Huh?
This, I felt it the minute I walked in the place. It's my grandfather's house all over again. You know, the place on Green Street, the one they tore down to make room for the apartment building? I think you were there once.
Yes, I remember.
Well, isn't this...
Yes, I remember. Sweetie, I don't give a shit. She's looking all around like, I'm in hell. They were in heaven, it's across the street, and now they're in hell.
I mean, it's not just the feeling, a tradition of the place, but...
Is it tradition? Or is it just outdated?
Look at that. Well, where would you find a fixture like this in one of those ultra-modern places?
Okay, I'll wait. Can anybody tell me, class, pay attention, can anybody tell me where you could get a light fixture like that today?
Maybe a thrift store.
Store. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Antique. We're looking for the word antique store. Or somebody's one of those like grandpa garages, like way in the back on the top shelf, because the garage never gets cleaned out. So it's like, yeah.
And this. Well, they really built houses in those days.
Hey, we can use this upstairs hall for a bowling alley.
Okay, so I think his name is Peter, the son. If you didn't catch it, he just said they can use the upstairs hallway as a bowling alley. Because there's nine bedrooms, so it's a long hallway.
Hey, I want to show you a real kitchen.
I think Alice needs to eat one of the biscuits so she gets a little bigger. She's feeling really small and overwhelmed right now.
Madam, your kitchen.
Her face. Hey, Bex. Have to bring her up.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Hey,
not
Bex.
feeling it. What's going on?
Bex, what an intro.
I've been watching. I was on the high.
Uh-oh, you cut out.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said you were on the high.
Yeah, I was on the highway.
Oh, you were flying. It cut out.
No, I'm home now. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
No.
So, Bex, have you met Shem yet?
Voice sounds familiar. Does he produce content, or have I seen him somewhere else?
Barely. You
No.
probably haven't. I don't think we've met. But nice to
Tartarian
meet you.
Truth is the previous channel name, technically.
Well, your voice is familiar to me.
He's been hanging out with Bernie recently, and you do make videos. He had a.
Yeah.
You had to start your channel over, or you chose to kind of start your channel over?
Yeah, I chose to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell her a little bit about your channel, TT,
No,
if you want.
That's all right. I mean, there's nothing. I just make random videos just like everybody else. Like nothing special about it. Do you make videos, Bex?
No, I'm a panel hopper. I'm a panel walker right now. But I hope to. I aspire to. I can't seem to even get past the point of like how to verify my. Anyways, I learned on a typewriter, so sometimes things are more complicated than they look. I don't know. YouTube won't take it didn't take my driver's license last time I sent it, so I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's annoying. It's ridiculous that you even have to do that to watch 18+ videos. They make you send your driver's license.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You should be able to upload videos about it though. That's crazy. They must really hate you.
Is that a Canada
I think it's because I was trying to go live right off the bat.
Did we have to send her? I don't remember doing that.
You might have, because if you're watching 18+ videos, for some reason they make you verify who you are. It's ridiculous.
Oh wow.
Maybe,
well, how long ago did you create your channel? Because I think they recently updated it to where you have to send your ID to go live. Like
I
within
think
the last year.
I mean, I've had my channel a long time, but I've never put any content on it.
Oh.
So
You know
Weird.
what? I don't know if it's different. They have our information because we pay for premium.
That could play a role too, because that's what I have is premium, but they still wanted me to send my ID in order to do certain things.
Huh.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh, hiya, Shetty.
Hey, Sherry. Sherry.
What's up, Sherry?
Shatty.
What's going on? Well,
What's going on? Well,
Mrs. Forster, I think was the last name, is about ready to walk into
His
her
name is-
kitchen.
this is about to get really funny.
His name is Forrest Forrester. That's crazy.
Forrest? I don't know. The last name is like Forrest. I think it's
His
Forrest.
first name was Forrest, I thought, so his name must be Forrest Forrester.
Oh, I didn't really catch the name sometimes. But yeah, so they accidentally walked into the wrong house across the street, thinking that they got this modern house with
Well,
bells
I
and
just wanted to
whistles.
interject for 1 sec. I was listening more than I was watching to the educational video, but I know RVs have a washer dryer. Fancy RVs have a washer dryer unit all in one. I don't know how it works either, but they do.
The same door.
Yeah, same door.
Okay.
Wow.
And then the other thing I was going to say was that daughter sure sounds like a son. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we were saying she looked. Everyone
Yeah.
that said they looked
That
like a
daughter, like I hadn't seen her, so I just heard her, and I thought the entire time it was a son.
Oh.
But whatever. Again, it doesn't matter. I'm just happy they have a healthy child. You know.
No, I get that sometimes too if I'm listening, but I didn't see it, and I'm like, you know what? I need to go look at it because my brain plays visuals all the time if I'm not seeing a visual. So sometimes I check in with the visual, and half the time I'm wrong.
Well, maybe
to what they're showing me and what my brain's doing.
Yeah.
That doesn't match.
What they want you to think anyway.
Yeah. So she's about ready to, we're going to see her facial expression again, walk into her lovely kitchen.
Yeah, she did not look happy.
Priceless.
Madam, your kitchen.
He's happy.
That's usually how it goes.
And Bex, that's when you popped into the stream. I go, that was good timing. But look at the acting, the quality of acting. It is. I was like, I was sucked in. I could feel her dismay.
The kitchen.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Tiny
About
fridge.
46 miles a day, I reckon. What would you say?
Well, it'll help you keep the girlish figure.
Based.
I like that. I like that, Shem.
It was based.
It is true.
a little bit, right?
But obviously, she really just wants
She's
to.
not in the good mood today, so that's not the right time to say it.
That was really poor timing.
Well, but she felt like Alice, so here you go. I love the light feature in the back. Has anybody ever grew up or been to a house multiple times where the light had to be plugged in by an extension cord because there's no wiring in the wall? Just me? Okay.
I don't remember if I have.
Isn't it wonderful how some of the older models keep working so perfectly? Say, you haven't seen the laundry room. One for hot, one for cold, one for rinsing, and...
Uh-oh.
That can be fixed, but yeah. Do you like that color for the cabinet? It's very custom faded. Drab. Kind of needs a sprucing. Long Beach, yes. Long Beach. So, I didn't have to use it, but that little rinsing, the part that his hand is on, those are the old modern ring washers. You had to crank it, and it would go through like 2 rollers to squeeze out all of the water, or much of the water, and then you hung your clothes out to dry. I remember.
You like the color for the cabinets?
I know. I remember I'm trying to go back to the kitchen. My great grandparents still had one of those in the 90s. That is like a soft, I want to say mustard seed. It's a yellow. Putrid? It's something else. So yeah, the tubs for doing it by hand, that sounds dirty. Washing, wringing. I've washed clothes by hands. Hands. It's a heavy job, especially if you do bedding. Bedding is like the worst.
A new cotter pin, that's all it needs.
And Thomas A. Edison.
Of course there are.
I heard that better this time than the first time. She's starting to tell him.
There are a few things that have to be fixed, but believe me, darling, we have a wonderful house.
Haven't we?
Yes, the bones are excellent. And that's that.
He's definitely not picking up on her vibes.
Nope, he's in his fantasy land. It reminds me of my grandpa's place.
Well, it certainly has got style.
Yeah, it's a gracious house.
Spacious, too. When the baby is born, we'll tell him early to bed and early to rise makes a house gracious, spacious in size.
Doesn't it? Yep. Pin that on the wall. Just handwrite pin it. So she is apparently, I would say, in her first trimester. They just moved. She wasn't allowed to drive more than 300 miles a day to get to wherever she's going. And it wasn't a 2-bedroom ranch with all the bells and whistles. It's a 9-bedroom mini mansion. It only gets better. Yeah, she gets to clean.
Not really here said that's too much sweeping and dusting.
Oh yeah.
No, she does have a vacuum. But
Milt,
but
who's gonna clean gracious, spacious?
Well, Mrs. Swenson. Well, didn't I tell you I hired her on the phone? She does day.
it's funny. They named the film after her, but it gets better.
Honey, you didn't think I was taking you out of the apartment to saddle you with cleaning a 9-room house, did you? What kind of heel do you think I am? Mrs. Swenson's agreed to come permanently. 2 afternoons a week.
2 afternoons every week.
She's in her first trimester. 2 afternoons a week, permanently. Like, I love how he words it carefully and then drops the bomb on her. There she
Well,
is.
that's the house, Mrs. Swenson. Yeah. I wish you luck. Oh, please sit down. Oh, my 2 girlfriends are waiting for me, thank you. I come another time. Oh, but Mrs. Swenson, you are coming to work for us. I don't think so, Mrs. Oh, but we were counting on you. It's too much house. Oh, but I'd work right alongside of you. I'd help. You're Mrs. I'm tired of housework. I try for job in new factory. Oh.
New factory.
I must say I can't blame you. But you wouldn't know of someone, anyone, a friend. They all try for job in new factory.
They all transferred. You get new factory, benefits, and more pay.
Well, I suppose I could advertise. Sure, but for me, I wouldn't waste my money.
Ready for motivation? Home is where the heart is. I love this one. To love well is to labor well. Motivation, right? What's that? Oh, they used it in the 90s for the women's female products. Oh, it was the old advertisement where she rolls up her sleeve and she's like, "Let's do it." And we can do it. When the women went to the factories to work because the men were at war. Yeah. Triple it harder, harder. So this is reflective of my parents were born in the 50s. My dad was born in 54. My mom was born in 57. So a lot of our, maybe like a lot of our grandparents were in this time frame of the 50s. See? Vacuum. Okay, who knows what she's doing?
Anybody?
Resetting the breaker? I can't tell.
They don't call it a breaker.
Ah, but there's no breaker.
Just changing the circuit.
It's the fuse box.
The fuse, yeah.
Fuse box.
The fuse box back then.
My fuse box, I just got wind out fuses changed out in the last like 2 or 3 years.
Really?
In my apartment. Yep.
How old is your apartment building?
They claim it was built in the 1970s, but
really?
Here in this town, it's pretty obvious by the blueprints at City Hall that they were founded, because even the blueprints don't have the building. You know, the blueprints are just the drawing of the building that's there.
Right.
Really?
Yep.
So even you think they're a lot older than what they're claiming?
Yeah. Yeah.
Obvious.
I do.
It's no use. No matter how many times I check this, the bank still comes out right. It's just a case of too.
Yesterday's problems today. No matter how much I balance the checkbook, it's still in the red.
Many bills.
Dad, has Pete been fooling around with this set again? I turned it on before and it hasn't lit up yet.
It's probably.
Okay, kids, now back in the day when they turned on the TV, you had to give it 5 minutes to warm up.
That is
It's kind of
true.
like when we turn on our computers, we have to give it 5 minutes to warm up, turn on, and wake up, kind of. You can't just hit the button and go. It's kind of funny.
Probably broken. That'll mean another bill.
It's not plugged in.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Remember?
Okay. There's a reason why the TV's not plugged in.
The fuse box?
Exactly.
Yes.
We have to be sure the refrigerator's not running.
Now, the refrigerator can be plugged in, but it can't be running. It's funny. The house I grew up
Okay,
in,
I guess.
lived in for a long time.
Oh, no, not again.
Hey, the lights were up there. And how can I work my soldering iron without...
Now you have to make an appointment to use that iron in this house. Carolyn, dear, put a new fuse in the box, would you?
We're all out of fuses.
No, there's a whole dozen right by the fuse box. Mr. Shepard left them when he was here this afternoon.
Okay.
Shepard. Well, that contracting fellow. What was he doing here?
What was he doing there?
What was that contractor guy doing here?
Nefarious activity.
Side piece.
You know, there's an awful lot of
How else are they going to afford the upgrades?
very interesting information in this little booklet. Today, more than 80% of all electrified dwellings in the nation aren't wired adequately for the...
Today, 1956. 80% are not wired correctly.
Appliances being used.
Yeah.
For the
How long has it
appliances.
been since I told you how lovely you are by candlelight?
Do you think he is smoldering enough to distract her right now? She has got it in her mind that she needs to get upgrades. She needs to get Beyonce in there and get some upgrades. And he's all like, you look so lovely in the dark.
Current building codes are concerned only with safety, not with the increased loads of modern appliances.
To say nothing of the fact you're a wonderful, understanding wife who appreciates when her husband has to economize.
Honey, we need to be broke. Or no, we are broke, so we got to keep it cheap. You know how sexy you are in the dark.
I love that you're such an understanding woman, that we are so broke. I'm so glad that you understand these things.
I could get you another goldfish.
So homes may be wired to meet building code standards and still be inadequate for major appliance use.
That is such a predicament. She about to,
Don't you think of anything else but that?
Darling.
Because my feet hurt. Try it on for size.
Have you ever tried vacuuming when it was 95 and you couldn't even have a fan in the room?
95. Vacuuming. No fan.
Believe me, it affects your thinking.
JJ. So not really here said he keeps waving the candle by the paper and smoldering. Yeah,
I know. But the acting is so good, right? Fire extinguisher. I don't even think they had them back then. You get a pail of dirt. You had to get a pail of, what do they call that? Smog? No, not smog. It's like, it's a mixture of like mud and dirt with the water, and it smelled after a while, so you didn't have a lid on it. But there would be pails of buckets like hooked somewhere, like on the outside, and you had to grab those and throw them on to smut out, any possible like fires and stuff.
I've never heard of that.
I just saw it in like a movie. It was an old movie like a month ago. Oh no, I was watching what's that old show? It's a new show, but it takes place in the teens. What is it called? Downton Abbey.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Heard of it, never seen it.
The storyline is kind of drag in itself, but it has a lot of stuff in it.
Honey, I know the heat's been rough on you and the kids, but in fact, I felt guilty sitting down at the office with the air conditioning and all.
Hey, Mom, are we going to get one of these?
I feel guilty when I'm at work to make money to pay these bills, sitting in all that AC.
Is your YouTube, JJ, is your YouTube playing? I hear a bit of echo or feedback.
I think it's from Shem.
Maybe.
Shouldn't be.
Is it Shem? Because I keep seeing it move sometimes.
It can't be because I'm using headphones to listen
Yeah,
and
I
talk.
have headphones, and my YouTube is muted.
It was for a brief moment. I think it's gone though. Now.
It's better now.
It's like every time I hit pause and then play, it has some weird.
I think
Yeah,
it's
it's better
the
now.
video.
Yeah.
But I was gonna ask Sheb. So, do you feel guilty in an apartment cleaning right now with that AC on?
No, I feel amazing with the AC on. It's hot.
You
It's
have
super
the
hot
AC
today.
on?
Yeah, I got it set down like 55 right now because it was very hot outside today.
Oh
I
my
grew
God.
up with my parents managing an apartment, and these apartments were built in the late 60s and eventually had wall, not window, but wall units, AC units put in. It was one unit for a 2-bedroom, 1,000-foot square apartment. And then the heat was, what was it called? Baseboard heating?
Yes.
So the heat was efficient, but the ACs were not. So you had fans everywhere. And,
One place.
Huh?
I was gonna say one place I clean at still has those heating baseboard things.
Those baseboard things, yeah, because it heats by the pipes.
Yeah, it just warms up water.
Extremely hot water.
There's a few places that still have them, but they're older buildings. In some places, well, if they're building new ones, then you want that kind of. It's more efficient. I mean, we had them in our apartment when we lived in Gaylord because they were old apartments. I mean, we just turned it up one dial, one number, and poof, it was like Hades showed up. It was
Pretty
like
nice.
crack a window, turn a fan on, and get the heat going. Even with all that snow. What was I gonna say? Oh, so my parents managed apartments. My dad would do maintenance, and my mom would do all the cleaning, and she wouldn't even bother with the AC unit.
Trying to turn it on or cleaning it?
Turning it on while cleaning. She just wouldn't even bother with it. She'd open all the windows and bring one fan, and then I had to start helping her.
Yeah, I usually stop by. If I have two at one place or something like that, I'll stop by the second one that I have to go to and turn the AC on to get it ready. It's pretty nice.
If it's not central air, it's just sometimes it just don't work right.
Boy, these are terrific.
Oh, Callan, I'll take those.
Not really
Showers.
here said, yeah, showers in houses that have the radiant heat are great, yes.
Radiant heat. You know, I was just complaining to Joe. We've been in Florida a year and a half. I'm raised in Michigan. We've been in Florida a year and a half. There is no cold water coming out of these faucets. And sometimes I need that cold. It's almost like an ice pack, but the water cools the skin down from a couple like mosquito bites or something. And I'm just like, why is there no cold water in these pipes? And he's like, because you're in Florida. And I'm like, yeah, but the cold is supposed to be cold, not warm bath water. And then you get scalding hot. You got two choices. They're like, there's no cold unless you make ice.
Yeah, even during the winter months down in Florida, yeah, it gets cold, but because it's generally 90 degrees for 6 to 9 months, a few days of cold, it's not going to break that heat. It's just too hot.
We got a hot water tank. We need a cold water tank. We have to actually make the water cold.
Well, Milt, I'm not sure you ought to see those yet. Milt, don't misunderstand. These are dream treatments.
Scandalous.
Yeah, they sure are.
It's the sort of thing that can be done. We weren't even thinking of anything like that for our house.
Tell me, just what were we thinking of,
Wonderland. So
this
simple.
from our kitchen?
Mm-hmm. And here's the estimate.
Look how happy she is. Look how sad he
Ellen,
is.
no. It's out of the question. Aren't you even going to argue?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, you're right. I'm tired.
So tired.
No point in discussing it. It's just an idea.
Just an idea.
Ellen, that house only has 2 bedrooms.
Why don't you go to sleep?
Weak. I know that look.
Do you know that look? Is that why you're not sleeping?
Are you sleeping with one eye open?
Let's see. 2 bedrooms, 9 bedrooms.
I'd
Big
rather
kitchen.
not.
You would prefer the 9, Shem?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Sweetheart, come on over here.
See, I would take the 9 bedroom if I can turn it into like a cat house. That's what I would be the crazy cat lady. I'm the crazy cat lady. Like, the kids get their room, and then the rest of the house is for cats.
There'll be litter boxes everywhere.
I want to get this settled once and for all. Sit down. Now, let's discuss this in a friendly, reasonable way, without any bickering.
Milt, I'm not a spoiled child. Don't play the progressive parent with me. I couldn't stand it tonight.
How psychological trip was that? Like, I'm not a child. Don't play me. He was playing you downstairs on the couch.
This is a big house. It was built for a family, but a family in 1920. All I want are a few changes to bring it up to date for my family this year.
Yeah.
But, Milt, you've got to get me some help.
Maybe Miss...
I think his name was Milt.
Milt.
Swenson has a sister.
I'm not talking about that kind of help. It's too expensive. I want...
She wouldn't even recommend a friend. I don't think she's going to toss in her sister. No, we work at the factory now.
The kind of help we can afford. Milt, come on. I want to show you.
The same problems today as yesterday.
I know what I want, Milt. Not all at once, maybe, but eventually. I want a Mrs. Swenson right here. And I want another Mrs. Swenson out there. And a Mrs. Swenson here. And another Mrs. Swenson here.
That's 4.
I want half a dozen Mrs. Swensons working for me. And it's
6.
possible.
Ellen, I tried to tell you, in the long run...
In the long run, everybody dies. Well, people live in the short run. I believe in the American standard.
American standard. YOLO, baby. YOLO. I want a kitchen for my YOLO. You only live once.
In the long run, everyone dies. She's talking about the hired help.
I know.
Yeah, crack me up. Like, I want a Swenson here. I want a Swenson there. I want a Swenson everywhere. I'm like,
in the long run, everybody dies.
I need
She is very desperate.
duplicate.
Standard of living, but for housewives, too. I don't want to become a sour, beaten, worn-out kitchen drudge.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
I think in another 10 years, I just call it a bitter old hag.
Oh my word. Can we hear that again? That was funny here.
I believe in the American standard of living, but for housewives, too. I don't want to become a sour, beaten, worn-out kitchen drudge.
I don't want to become a sour, beaten, worn-out kitchen drudge.
How do you say that?
Oh my God.
Was it sour beaten or sour beat up, worn out? Sour beaten.
Oh my God. I swear that's
We're going to have to make a special audio clip.
I believe in the American standard of living, but for housewives, too. I don't want to become a sour, beaten, worn-out kitchen drudge. Because you won't love the drudge.
So dramatic.
Oh my God.
And the children won't.
Honey,
Nobody
you're
wants
tired.
For days and days and days.
So tired.
Milt, you work a 40-hour week.
Man,
What's
she's
my week? Tell me.
Pregnant.
love you, Ellen.
Then what hurts me? If you really love somebody, you know what hurts them.
I'm gonna get deep right now.
Called out.
And this is something I've pointed on a couple other streams, is that back in these times, the men only worked those 40-hour weeks because it actually paid enough.
Well, and when you got married, you got a raise. Your wife got fired.
Yeah.
My grandmother lost her job for getting married, and her husband got a raise.
Really?
Yeah.
It'll probably be like, if we do this again, the next video we do, there's a story that ties that of going, the lady got engaged, and like the month before she was to get married, she had to quit her job.
Yeah, my grandmother eloped so that she didn't lose her job, and then she and her husband pretended not to be married for 2 weeks. But they had come back late across the border and woken the border guard. So it took a couple weeks for rumor to get back to my grandmother's house for her mom to find out she was married. And she was like, got to go move in with Bud. And so my grandmother, who was a telephone operator at the time, had to quit her job. And then my grandfather got his raise. And then they got raises with each baby, which is why when women fought for the right to go to work, so did the single men or gay men who weren't getting raises for getting married. And then women didn't get, you couldn't get a loan, a bank loan or a credit card as a woman until 1975.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the divorces started happening, because until then the women didn't have the freedom, even if they had the ability to get jobs, like,
Oh, okay. So because and you're in Canada, right, Bex?
Yeah.
Technically. So I wonder if that's any different here in America.
Probably not much.
I don't know, because
probably not much.
So, well, here's the crazy thing, and again, I'm not trying to, be antagonistic in any way. If at those times, men would get raises or so on and so forth, due to having kids and whatnot. If the money was there, I'm just trying to think, why was there such a huge push for the women's rights movements and stuff? Because
it was all the
if the money was coming in.
Yeah, but single men and gay men were the one being more oppressed than anyone, and single women. But single men and gay men who couldn't conjure up a wife, right? They were doing the same job, and Bob went to work and went home and got married on the weekend. He comes in, he gets paid more, right? Then he has 2, 3, 4 kids, and suddenly you're there, 4 years later sitting beside Bob, and he's making a shitload of money more than you are. Like, it's, especially as gay men would have been really resentful.
So back then, technically, you were, I don't want to say rewarded, that's not the right term, but basically, but basically, if you got married, had kids, so to speak, there was benefits that kind of came with that. Unlike today, where if you're married, you get taxed. If you have kids, you get taxed. If you actually have the stuff, they actually take away from the family instead of give.
The Handmaid's Tale, I think it's on Hulu. The newer edition, Handmaid's Tale, when I forget what they call the country, but the system is set up to be traditional, right? The men in the country of Gilead, when the men are single, they get paid until they get married, they get a raise and a promotion. And then because it's Gilead, the story is children are hard to reproduce and have families. So if by chance you started popping out kids, you could easily be promoted to a high position just because you had God's gift of recreation.
Mm-hmm.
For the Handmaid's Tale.
We've been there, done that, with less extreme, but same financial system.
But from the 50s, 60s, and the 70s, you had a lot of families where the husband had a second family in the neighboring town, and eventually would leave his wife, and she wasn't allowed to work because she was still legally married. She couldn't get a job. She couldn't get a bank account. She couldn't rent an apartment, being legally married and left with the kids. Even when they finally got divorced and he was starting over with the new family, there were so many broken homes of women having to figure it out. Now, technically, babe, your dad being born in the 50s is a product of that situation. And your dad ended up being put in the system and getting adopted when he was 5. And he does remember it wasn't the best of homes, but she was left to her own wits to figure things out, to raise 2 kids, and he was gone. She put the kids in foster care at the state, and your dad got adopted in a neighboring town. The situation is very similar with your dad's story, and a lot of stories that started happening, and women were getting screwed over and not having the ability to take care of themselves after they popped out a few kids. So there's certain struggles in the stories, because even my mom, she was a teenager in the 70s, and her dad was, my grandpa, was not. Anyway, when she turned 16, she got a job at McDonald's. She had to pay for her own braces, and she had to pay for her own vehicle. And she told me that her dad, my grandpa, looked at her and said, well, if you're capable of doing that, you can start paying the bills around here at 16. And she looked at him and said, I'm not paying bills until I'm 18, and graduated, because that's the law. So that was like, yeah, her upbringing is still a reflection of like men, even if they stick around. Her dad, my grandpa, what a dick.
Well, it's based on the celebrities they had to look up to, because the reason society is the way it is because the people who are currently in control of our entire world slowly crept their way in using celebrities. That's why you got benefits for creating families back then, because that was before they had complete control. And then they used people like Frank Sinatra to brainwash men into cheating on their wives and being womanizers and being drunks, because it was marketed to them as being the cool thing to do. So it destroyed so many families, because these people were counteracting the actual good way of life that was applied to America. Now it's been reversed to women in 2023. In 2023, women are now getting the same promotion that was given to men throughout the time periods that you're describing, which is why more women are leaving the homes now as opposed to men, because they've just switched the roles around. Now they promote all this stuff to women, that you need to have as many men as possible, go out and party all the time, leave your family, it doesn't matter. And it's really depressing to see.
Yeah, the last 20 years with the whole like YOLO, as I guess it was called, you only live once. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm 51 this year, and so my coming of age was like right at the AIDS scare, right as the AIDS epidemic is happening, and definitely disease, for the most part, unless you had some sort of upbringing that really supported it. Most of my friends, if they had a baby, they had it very late. Like, we were really conditioned to see, I personally didn't, but having the conversation with boys or men, even about children, that didn't come about. Like, so many Gen Xers were taught to think of babies and love as like bad things, like just as much as like, it was like right up there with AIDS. It's weird. But definitely, yeah.
Do you think it came from the celebrities that were given to you guys to look up to at that time period, or where do you think it came from?
For sure. That's a big part of it. But I think, without delving too deep into like, sort of like nefarious scientific agendas in the world, where they're actually like, literally causing genetic differences in utero on purpose to end up with with XY women, fertility dependent women on the planet, right? Like, and so independent of that, because that psychologically already is super and pheromonally affects us all, and what I'm saying is that, like, the Catholic Church and the hospitals have been up to, we can blame Nazi scientists if that's what those are the people that people want to blame, that's where typically all of this stuff is attributed to. But they have been creating androgynous insensitive XY Swire syndrome beautiful women for a very long time. And they don't require surgical modification, and all they need is birth control pills to finish the process. And they're 100% fertility dependent, and they used to need cesarean sections. So I know I'm digressing way into, like, a part of the agenda, because it's that subtle part is a huge part of it, because you've got people that are having babies that actually have a male instinct to nurture, which is still there, but we are already so many years into this weird, TV land, creating the past like it's better than the now, in some way. So I know that, yeah, it's a long-winded answer to say yes, definitely, but it's planned, and it's planned.
We've had conversations before, Bex. You have a lot more deep insight, and you know how to talk about it. Where I told you before, I know what you're talking about, but it gets stuck in my head. There's certain things I just don't know how to verbalize, to share and talk about, because I think I'm still trying to comprehend it, even though I get it. But that's why you need to get your channel up and going and start talking, because you're really good with explaining things. I'm sitting here going, I'm not being a yes person. I'm just agreeing with you, and I understand, and I appreciate you like explaining it too.
Well, and I appreciate the question, because really that is the agenda. Like, Shem, the question of, like, do you chalk it up to their conditioning through these Hollywood stars and their choices, quote unquote, in their real life and in the roles they play? It's like,
it's a powerful tool. And, like, what you're kind of to go back to what you're saying about them modifying women, that's what I'm kind of pointing at too, is they're making women way more masculine what they need to be. I mean, even as far back as, like, say for example, Plato and the ancient Greeks, like he refers to in his book called Timaeus, he's talking about the differences between men and women, and he says that as women get older, if they don't have children, then they become, like, actually physically ill, and they start having mental problems because their womb is, like, basically begging to have children and begging to have that love and affection. So, I mean, I know that's a little bit out there, but just think about what society is becoming right now. They don't want women to have children anymore.
Is that why we go and get a puppy?
Could be.
I don't really want to change.
It could be the cat lady thing, maybe. Who knows?
Sometimes you change diapers for the first 3 to 5 years. I just want a puppy.
I think conveniently, the instinct, conveniently for them, their agenda is such that those women that you look out in the world and lament not having children, and that might happen to, it doesn't happen to a lot of them, because they're actually, like, made from the rib XY chromosome people, right? Like, they're actually fertility dependent. When done perfectly, they can totally carry babies. They can even give birth vaginally. But the cesarean section was invented for them. So these stories about women, you have to look at the culture to see, were the women real women, or were they these in utero eunuchs, these Jezebels, these people created so that this. Like, the way I see it, to be honest, is like, there's a lot of patriarchy in the Old Testament, and then there's this, like, recreation story, sort of, it seems like, in Genesis 2. And to me, it's like, if there was ever a truly homosexual race, and I mean, like, people that could actually breed, because the idea of homosexuality versus heterosexuality is the same thing we're seeing with trans versus cis right now. You know, it's like sexual reproduction is just what sexual reproduction is. And until you have to juxtapose it against something that isn't reproduction, which ergo not possible, homosexuality is an oxymoron unto itself, right? Like it's sex without creation is masturbation for everybody. Right. Yeah. So there should be no sexual behind it. Like asexual is reproduction, not celibacy. You know, if people don't have sex and they're you're not asexual. That means you can reproduce on your own, you know, like, so we've taken this language and in doing so, I think, you know, they've hidden like the true, maybe there was a real hermaphroditic race of people. And I know that's considered blasphemous, but somewhere along the line, you know, maybe even if we all came from that, I mean, the stories say that, but I think it's more this infiltrating parasite is dependent on us. Like they were told that things were changing or something. They were told that, you know, you don't value life enough or something, like you gotta be dependent, men and women or something. Like, I know I'm getting really digressing from the topic, but like it is, you know, it is, I think that we look out at the world and we imagine that these people that rule the world are like us, when I think that they're real, they're fertility dependent, homosexual revering, ancient bored oligarchs who have no respect for life, and they've written their story over our story and told it as our own.
Dude, we gotta chat because that's kind of where I'm going with my theories too about reality, because it seems like in a lot of these old texts, they're just writing about basically creating us to serve them as if we're livestock to them. Like basically the way you're saying they don't value life is like, that's why they just adjusted the amount of time we could live. That's why you have the stories of this androgynous race that you're talking about. Just the different variations of how they created us. If we are to entertain that idea, I'm not saying it's 100% true. I'm just saying it's something I think about.
Right. Yeah, it's like the ones and zeros, right? We're just we're just ones and zeros to them.
I think they recreated themselves to fit in and overlaid that story over us. So I don't think they created humanity at all. I think they altered themselves to be husbands and wives, and they adopted babies, and they had their fairs, and there've always been more of them than us. And they are 100% dependent on our blood and our biology to carry on their inheritance, to carry on the image of fitting in with us. So I don't know if they made us as much as they engineered themselves to.
It reminds me of the storyline in Jupiter Ascending.
Never seen it.
Oh, it's entertaining. It's not boring. It's I call it sci-fi.
I usually just don't watch movies because, like, the stuff we're talking about, I don't want to be influenced by what they want me to do is for my behavior in society. So I just try not to watch them. I know it sounds crazy, but
it doesn't sound crazy. No,
I get that. There's a lot of stuff that I stopped watching when the kids were babies, and then I fell into a really good
we lost you.
I fell into a really good rabbit hole 2013 that really helped me understand why I was, not so interested in watching a lot of stuff. But then I still hit a wall where I was just like empty and burnt out. I would sit there and I would watch whatever was on TV because I just felt burnt out and just wondering why everything, why. And I would just zone out. And through zoning out and watching whatever was on TV, from, I kid you not, the Kardashians.
Oh my gosh.
To whatever was on Friday night, the three main channels. I was just sitting here going like, what the hell is going on? Damn, I didn't know where to really go and do with myself just because I became aware And I don't like saying woke, but I became aware of so much. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know if I was inspired or if I was just like, now what? Okay, what can I actually do with this? Because it was even harder. It was like there was nobody to talk to about it. It scared a lot of people away.
Oh yeah, when you start talking about serious stuff, people run.
Yeah, or just deep stuff. And they're like, my parents were the just deal with it. Just shut up and deal with it. I'm surprised I wasn't more depressed.
Yeah, it'll go away on its own. That's just, you know.
No, it doesn't go away on its own. There's other factors. Like, no, it just got worse. It gets worse. You just have to wait for, like a fussy toddler. You just have to wait it out while you're hiding in the corner, like just ready to give up. But you wait it out. Deal with all that stuff. Well, we can hop back to the film.
Yeah, we might want to do a recap of where we're at with it real quick because it's been a minute.
He wants upgrades.
Sorry about that, everyone.
All right,
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
no.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was a cool. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. That was a good conversation. That's what it's. This is what the film review kind of thing is to look at the old footage and talk about whatever comes up. That was like.
You know what film I want to find? The National Film Board or Educational Film Board, the anti-smoking one they played every year.
Why do you want to find it?
Just to see, because I remember them pulling it out every year, the same video, and you'd go home and lecture your parents so bad. But I'm a smoker now, and so I'd just be interesting to see what see what.
Were you talking about that with on another panel, like last week or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think you were talking. I don't know which panel it was, but I remember you mentioning that, talking about it, because you said going home and lecturing your parents about it. My parents didn't smoke; they didn't drink, but like my dad would have a beer once a year. Like it wasn't around; it wasn't a thing in my family.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you saw this film and you went home and lectured your family members about it,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have that. And plus my parents actually worked in the school system. So like my mom was in the lunchroom and on the recess playground monitor. So anything we did do, she already knew about it.
Yeah, my dad never drank or anything really, but my mom loved to drink. But yeah, let's continue.
I'll push play.
I want a Mrs. Swenson right here. And I want another Mrs. Swenson out there. And a Mrs. Swenson here. And another Mrs. Swenson here. I want half a dozen Mrs. Swensons working for me. And it's possible.
Ellen, I tried to tell you, in the long run...
In the long run, everybody dies. Milt, people live in the short run. I believe in the American standard of living, but for housewives, too. I don't want to become a sour, beaten, worn-out kitchen drudge. Because you won't love a drudge, and the children won't.
Honey, I'm tired.
For days and days and days. Milt, you work a 40-hour week. What's my week? Tell me.
No.
I love you, Ellen.
Then what hurts me?
No AC.
If you really love somebody, you know what hurts them.
The AC doesn't work.
I'm tired. Don't you understand that? I'm just plain tired.
Hey, you've got a fever.
It's just the heat.
There's no AC.
Ellen, you're sick.
It's nothing.
Better call a doctor.
Don't be silly. I'm just tired and warm and a little upset. I'll take a couple of aspirin.
No. I'll put you to bed and call a doctor right now.
More important than anything else with this virus that's going around now is rest. Absolute and complete. This
Isn't there always something going around? Does that
Seems
ever
like it.
change? There's always something going around.
Never ending.
Take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Don't take anything.
I was gonna say 2 oranges. Get the oranges.
2 days after the fever drops.
She'll get it, Doctor. Kids and I'll take charge of the house.
This I've got to see.
That would be very entertaining. Yes.
This will tide her over tonight, and you can have that filled tomorrow morning. Good night, Mrs. Forrest. I'll drop by tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor. Sorry to get you out so late.
That's occupational hazard. Usually it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Julie, I'm glad to get a chance to talk to you alone.
Well, would the doctor actually hang around? Do you think the hang around?
I've never had one come to my house before. I don't know.
I think he gets paid by the minute.
I'll say he's milking
Doctor,
it.
just between you and me, is Ellen really all right?
She really is.
Oh, good.
We got Phil in the house.
What's up?
What's up, Phil? Yeah, we got the StreamYard links in there. I don't know which channel.
We're just talking about whether it's worth upgrading kitchens. Next week will be bathrooms.
Yep. You can hop on if you want.
Well, Shem is cleaning an apartment, apparently.
Yeah, I'm about to finish up the downstairs there, thankfully.
Oh, good deal.
I'm pushing play. There we go.
Could I ask you for some semi-professional advice?
Payment in full.
Doctor, could there be such a thing as kitchen virus?
I wouldn't be
Kitchen
surprised.
Found out earlier that
He did not just say a kitchen virus.
Kitchen virus. It's called salmonella.
Oh my word. Wow.
this evening that Ellen had had a sketch drawn up and an estimate. Take a look at this. Man to man, what do you think of it?
What do I think about what?
Well, this. Should I have the kitchen done over for the sake of Ellen's health?
Fiddlesticks.
What?
If you are going to do it because you'll get more pleasure out of life. Must there always be a medical reason for doing the sensible thing?
You know, yeah.
Must there be a medical reason? Is it really worth it? I don't know. Your wife almost died. Is it?
All right. And I've given this a lot more thought than Ellen realizes. After all, she spends a great part of her life right here in this very room. Frankly, I've been worried about the expense. I'm in pretty deep already with the house and all. But I've been reading lately in some booklets where banks will increase mortgages for improvements of this type. Or you can get an FHA loan. But I think what it would mean to Ellen...
Who likes to dig into acronyms? FHA.
I don't know what it could mean.
Fair
Housing Association. Fair Housing Association, maybe. I don't know. But I'm about to clean some bathtubs, so I'm gonna have to get off here because it's gonna be involving water. That'll be very loud. But appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks for
Have a good night.
Nice to meet you, Shem.
Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you too. See you guys later.
Well, I'm sure you will talk again.
I hope so.
Yeah. That would
Me
be
too.
good for. It sounds like you guys have some common topics too.
Well, yeah, and I know I'm friends with JJ and Joe Cool on Facebook. I don't know if you are connected that way.
Well, he popped out.
Hmm.
I think is he on Instagram, babe? I think that's how you talk to him. sometimes.
Tartarian Truth, yeah.
He hangs
I
out
can
with-
also I can comment on his videos.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
And he hangs out with Bernie a lot. Crypto.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, come on up, Phil. You want to hop on up here, bud?
Of course, I couldn't do the whole thing all at once. But if I could just get in some of the basic things. What do you think, Doctor?
You remind me of a patient who writes his own prescription and asks me to sign it. Of course, it could mean a great deal to her and for all of you. After all, we are living in a modern age. Why not lead a modern life if we can? Why postpone living?
Say, that's really terrific. If $4.12 will help, you got a partner.
Well, now you listen to me, son. The minute your mother gets over this virus, she's going to visit your grandmother for about 3 weeks. And you're not going to say one single solitary word about what you just overheard, you understand? Now get to bed. Pete. $4.12, please.
Night, Pop.
Worky, busy bee.
Golly, this is easy. I could do this all day.
So could I.
I'll get it. Open mouth.
I've got it. Hello. Darling, hello. Well, fine. Just fine. But what about you? You getting enough rest?
Now she's away for 3 weeks. The timing of the it's like an infomercial, right? It's a commercial. I know it's a set storyline. She's away for 3 weeks. You can't even get that done today in 3 weeks with updating the kitchen.
Oh, great.
Even to the smallest basic
Us?
time.
Oh, nothing. We just get along. Pete's out most of the time playing baseball with the other boys, you know. Carolyn, well, she just sits and reads and watches television. They are here right now, though. Hold on, I'll let you talk to them.
Hi, Mom. Yeah, things awful dull around here. Yeah, that's right. All I do is play baseball all day. Yeah, Carolyn's here. Want to speak to her? Okay.
This is a little
Hi, Mom.
guy.
Oh, we weren't doing anything. Yeah, we missed you too. Hey, Mom, when are you coming home?
I'm so glad to be home. I've missed you all.
Welcome home, Your Highness.
Look, what have you done? Oh, you painted. And the lights.
What have you done?
Oh, you changed all the lighting.
What have you done?
Oh, Carolyn, it looks so clean.
We have Mrs. Swenson working for us now, or rather an entire family of Mrs. Swensons. What do you say, kids? Shall we? We'll go first. All right, kids, you know where. Go on. Meet Mrs. Swenson.
Meet Mrs. Swenson's sister.
Robin
And meet Mrs. Swenson's sister's cousins.
cousins.
Our faithful employees at the cost of about 3 cents an hour.
And no days off on Thursdays.
Come here. This is another member of Mrs. Swenson's family. Now, of course, there are a few Mrs. Swensons you still don't have, but there are plenty of circuits in our new electrical setup to allow for them later on. For one thing, next year we can plan on air conditioning. But
AC. I would have started with AC.
Yes.
I would update the electrical and
No.
then bring on the AC. I don't really, then the fridge, maybe. But honestly, I'm like, the AC makes everything a breeze. There's my commercial.
now, darling.
What?
I think.
Sorry.
I think she's walking into this place like.
Yes, that's fitting. That's very fitting.
I think we've really got house power.
Oh, Milt, how in the world did you do it?
A little arrangement with the bank.
And a couple other things, because if you were wiring through the house, it's going to be at least a year before that house is ready.
So we now have a slightly higher mortgage over a lot more livable house.
We are here forever, Alice in Wonderland. You're never getting out.
I think I'm gonna
Bedroom
cry.
house.
And another thing, Mother. Pete and I realized that it wasn't only the house that was such a problem to you.
Now I can't get it out of my head. She does look. Is she more like a boy now? There's something about it now that just kind of like stands out. Because you can put long hair on anybody, but
It was us and our fighting.
it's her voice.
Good,
It doesn't. It bothers me. It doesn't bother me. It's just kind of funny why they would do that, but not. I don't know.
Made a pact.
I'm getting tired.
blood.
You see, we're not only rewired for comfort and convenience, but
Oh, we're rewired. I can't even say it.
Rewired.
I can't even say it.
also for sweetness and light.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is the Forest residence.
Like that look, like she's very nasally. Maybe that's what it is. I think she's more northern than the rest of her family.
What? Yes, I certainly do. Thank you. I'll come and get him. Peter Mackenzie Forrest. Did you take my parakeet to school, to your English class?
Well, the dumb old bird gotta learn something somewhere. Anyway, what are you doing putting my goldfish in the bathtub?
If I ever get my hands on you.
Welcome home, Mrs. Forrest. Welcome home.
Live better electricity. Did I say that right?
Hey ho, Silver, away!
Live better electrically. Oh, you know what? Who's got that? What the? Oh, the song. Electric Youth. What's her name? Debbie something. I can't remember what it is. Live better with sticking a fork in the wall. Oh, we credits. I think that was it. Like, I don't know. The credits were in the beginning with the music, so
Oh yeah, that's right.
wasn't that just a hoot?
It was a hoot.
It was such a kick. Like, so when they pull up, that's the house they moved into. 9-bedroom mini mansion. I don't know.
I think it looks pretty
Kenny,
cool, actually.
And that's the house they thought they bought. Going, it's 2-bedroom ranch style house. Someone's sleeping in the living room. I was like, for that kind of kitchen, I'll sleep in the living room. Fuck. Back then, I guess. Otherwise, I'm across the street with like 100 cats running around. But that pink kitchen.
It's been sold.
Oops, wrong one. Oops, I'm going to pause it on the kitchen. All the bells and whistles.
so that she didn't. What house was the pink kitchen in? The one across the street?
Yes.
Yeah.
The husband gave her directions saying that it was on Jefferson Street, 2 blocks something, the second house from the block or something like that. It didn't say left or right, which side of the street. So there's 2 houses, the second house down. So that's how they accidentally walk into, well, he's across the street working on something.
Mm-hmm.
And he bought the house without having her look at it and them talking about it. So she was really hoping this is the one that he bought. That's why she was so happy. And just, and then he's like, oh no. Are you moving it? You're moving it.
Yeah.
I was just going to jump ahead and say, no, we live here in the Dungeonville. So this pink kitchen is the bells and whistles. And then Dungeons and Dragons is across the street.
She got turquoise with
Oh, here it is.
neon green.
And that color, I remember, like my grandma telling me that color is robin's egg blue.
Mm.
Because that was my mom's side, and then my great grandma on my dad's side, they had painted their living room turquoise, and it's a little bit of a bolder color. But it livened the place up.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is I want to see this part again.
Wonderful house I've ever seen.
It's a dream.
Even I think so.
Well, that's great, just great. If you react like that to the outside, well, wait till you see the inside. I'm telling you, you haven't lived until you get it.
You see that?
Carolyn, you were saying, darling?
Anyway, what are we doing visiting neighbors?
Shit, you know, her face right here is basically this.
See, now what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Over and over again. Mm-hmm. That was, I think, the kick out of watching this film was I'm watching it going, he has a particular way of saying as little as possible to make sure he can like hook her and then drag her down hard. like when they're sitting on the couch, he's like, "You've never looked more beautiful, except for when we blow a fuse and we have to light some candles. You just look lovely, my darling."
You know, when he told her initially about the place on the phone, he should have honestly just said,
"Your particular assignment is considered G14 classified." Now,
you might have to explain that. That's from a movie. What movie? Rush Hour?
Rush Hour.
From Rush Hour. Oh my goodness.
It's this thing's G14 classified. Like, it's just.
So I call this film an infomercial. I watched the whole thing, and the first time I watched it, I was just amused with the storyline, and I'm like, what were these films for? Because I watched maybe like 10 of them this week. Some of them are 10 minutes, some of them are 30. One of them was an hour. And they're like infomercials or training videos for jobs or educational films, even at colleges to middle school age, probably, to talk about all kinds of things. It's really funny when I'm watching these films that talk about certain kind of like for 14-year-olds to figure out how to behave, but it's reflective also of in the film for how families as a whole need to behave. And I'm like, was it really a problem back then in the 40s to the 20s?
Oh yeah, it's all a setup.
I know that people didn't know how to like make friends or ask a question. It's like common sense of manners sometimes. But then there's the infomercials, like this one was all about selling. Well, that was like really up close. Was all about selling the electric kitchen. And I came across a few videos that were all about selling the electric kitchen, and that's what they called it. And I'm like, I'm going to start calling it the electric kitchen. But now we have smart kitchens, so that's the difference. Just a little bit word expansion. But also the dialogue of how here's the man, the husband, dad figure, the wife, the woman, and it's the kids. Of not much is really different in these films. The family dynamic with the kids fighting or being somewhat respectful to their parents. I was like, man, you know what? There's not much that has changed from each decade. And we all act like, I don't say we all act like, but society, this hub, acts like we don't know anything. We just don't know much about psychology and the ways of the world and why people do what they do or don't do what they do. Hey, Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie.
The original
we know you're busy.
Worky Busy Bee. Oh, that was fun. I enjoyed doing that. That was fun to share and even talk about with whomever. If anybody did show up, actually, I appreciate you showing up. Shem showed up. That was fun. And you guys connected.
Yeah, sorry to have interrupted the movie for so long.
No, that was the whole point.
Yes,
I call it
that's
buffering.
kind of yeah.
The vintage film review with, I just called it YouTube community. I said if anybody said something in the comment section or came on, anybody come on for a minute, 20 minutes, the whole time, I didn't care. It wasn't about watching the film and being like impressed with the film. It was like, what is your, hey Edna, what is your take on any aspect of watching these films? The older ones, the black and white ones too. They're just all really interesting. And it kind of took me this past week watching a couple of them. Somebody made a comment about how society kind of goes so far modern and forward that we end up wanting to go back to the old days when, and that saying, you said it earlier, Bex, or maybe Shem did, the good old times, like when things were kind of simplified but better.
They always sell the past like it was better though.
They do. And I was looking at it like, I don't see much difference from today because to me, for me and Joe, we've been through an economic, like financial roller coaster ride, and we're still pretty much at the bottom. We can't quite climb the hill.
Yeah.
So when you go through struggles like that, you go to life hacks and working like they did back in the day around the house, even because there was a time we didn't have a washer and dryer and we couldn't afford to go to the laundromat. And I was hand washing. So I understood that setup, and I go, that setup would have been really nice just to have the separate tubs and the ringer. Oh, God, the ringer.
Yeah, that's why you see those Japanese setups, whether it's, or I don't want to chalk it up to the Japanese, the Asian electronic setups, you know, where they've got, whether it's a full on, you know, agitator and spinner that you can just, you know, they've got like collapsible ones. They've got ones that are like buckets that are collapsible, like that are just plug, you know, you just hook up in your tub and stuff. It's pretty impressive, actually. But those aren't readily available to us here.
Nope. Yeah, I started calling it Cinderella cleaning.
I've done that before too. I've been in a position,
when you can't afford it, or sometimes it's a choice. Some people just don't really want that, and I kind of feel like having that growing up, we had pretty much the appliances needed. I actually hated the dishwasher. I look at it like it's a waste.
I was raised to think it was a waste too. Yeah, or not the raised, but somehow I took the conditioning. My first dishwasher, I didn't let my roommates use.
We don't use our dishwasher except for a drying rack.
Yeah, I bought myself one that I spin around recently, but I have a lot of dishes and I can really pack it. And I have free hot water where I am.
Oh, so, nice.
And it's hot enough that I don't have to use the electronic added heat of the dishwasher, you know, so it doesn't really cost me any additional hydro or hot water, you know. So.
Yeah, there's different aspects as to why sometimes you just choose not to use it. One, we did use a dishwasher in 2 of our apartments, and paying for the cleaning product got expensive.
Yeah, it
Also,
does.
yeah, the electric bill
Yeah.
for the hot water tank.
It's interesting, you know. I think we need to find the hack. There's probably a hack out there, just like laundry soap, that works for dishwashers, and doesn't hurt them. You know, making your own. It's just that most people who make their own laundry soap don't. You know, I think would be an energy. I don't know, carbon. I don't know if it's carbon footprint at that point, or, you know. But I'm of the same mindset. I just know that I got into some really bad habits, being injured and then being on isolation.
That's another reason too. Yeah, if you get injured, we went through that.
So
we had to
the
adjust
dishwasher,
modify.
like my kitchen is spotless right now for like the first time in months. I did it today before I went out to my motorhome. I've had a very productive day dealing with things that, you know, I'd sort of like 3/4 done, but hadn't really got the, you know, the everything wiped down and stuff, you know? So
Yeah. I started getting productive, I think, this morning. Because my sleep pattern's off. So it was the sun came up, and the last hour I was up, I started finally getting to the closet. I've been avoiding that for months. Because half of it is the kids stop playing with toys, and I try and pack things away and then bring it out a few months later to see if they missed it.
Yeah.
Before I either, if it's worth selling, but mostly just donate to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I have to do that today too. Or soon, I should say. Today I went through one of my storage lockers, which is full of like not my stuff. It's all somebody else's stuff, right?
Really?
Yeah, I helped a woman move back to Serbia last year, and in a shuffle ended up storing a bunch of stuff for her in the basement and upstairs. The stuff to the basement was supposed to go to Goodwill, and the stuff upstairs she was going to come back for, but she still hasn't. So initially I just thought, oh, if she's coming back, if I had it all, she can go through it if she comes back. But she had a stroke. So anyways, it was good. It was good I've had a very, like I said, a very productive day facing things and discovering I was much more organized. Actually, that whole locker had none of my stuff in it. I was like, oh, look how convenient that is for me. All the things I'm looking for aren't in here. They must be up at the motorhome already. Yeah.
Yep, I am more organized. Let's say there's lots of piles, or the stuff in the pile is organized, but it still looks like this overwhelming pile of just, I don't know what to do with it for some reason. I'm avoiding it, which is a learned behavior I got from my parents, because they are collectors and they keep things and then they don't do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually reduced, like, our dishes in the kitchen. We have the least amount that we need, and because we have a dishwasher, but we don't use it except for drying rack. And we hand wash. We just wash the dishes. I don't know why. I'm 40 years old, and it's one of the things I kind of enjoy doing, but I hated doing when I was younger. Because even like Edna said, yeah, I end up washing the dishes and then putting it in the dishwasher to wash again, because half the time the stuff that's crusted and dried on it, it's got to be soaked, and you're already putting in the elbow grease to clean it up. So I'm just like, well, I'll just do this time. And I don't know why. I think it's part of it got dried and crusted on that the dishwasher just can't hack it. We just end up having to clean it ourselves.
Yeah, I've never liked dishwashers for that very reason. You know, my mom, you know, bells and whistles. I'm like, you realize it's not really all the way clean, right? Like, it's there's still stuff there, because half the time you complain that it's there, and I'm like, but that's the dishwasher's fault because that's what you did. It's not mine. Like, yeah, you're better off just doing it yourself, as the old saying goes. You know, just do it yourself, and then use the.
I appreciate
dishwasher
it being as a drying rack because
drying
it's
rack
not
is
on the
great.
counter. It's out of the way, and it's fine. Everything is organized and stored good enough for me. Let's just use it like that. It's just a really big cabinet, and everything's in it somewhat.
I bought my dishwasher off a woman who her boyfriend helped bring it down all carefully on a dolly. It didn't have any dents in it. I was gonna leave it leaning out the car so that I could like slide it out off the carpet, like off a blanket, but she just got in there, all right in there, rearranging. He's rearranging. She's dragging, slams it down, puts a dent in it. I never told Deb. It would have mortified her, right? And would have mortified her that she put this dent in it, like, you know, putting it in my car. I just let them as a team do it. But when she brought it down, she's like, oh, I'm sad to see this go. I just don't need it anymore. My new place has one. She's like, my dad bought it for me when I moved out. I was like, holy fuck, step up the dad game, world. Or not, if you're not into dishwashers. But for me, I was just like I wasn't even judging my own dad and what he didn't do, but just so impressed with this dad who, like, part of me actually wanted to, I've never said this part, but part of me wanted to ask Deb if her parents were divorced and her dad was trying to make it up to her mom by buying her one. Anyways, I was just so impressed. So I got it home and I called it Pops as an homage to Deb's dad. My dishwasher's name is Pops. He's been doing my dishes, like, Pops does my dishes all the time. And I have like a dish set of 8 plus like a bunch of extra, plus like, oh my gosh, I have so many dishes. But that's because then I can fill the dishwasher, you know?
Right.
As a single person. And I usually run it about once a week. And I scrape it. I don't rinse it, but I make sure there's like not particulate that wouldn't go down the drain. Sometimes a little bit of a rinse, but mostly just scraping. Just or else why would I have the dishwasher, you know? So yeah, there's some pretty, yeah.
I was gonna add because it whoops, I clicked on the wrong one again. Yeah, learned to not rinse and just scrape. I grew up with a dishwasher and I was still taught how to hand wash. So when I'm taught one way, I didn't change it. The dishes
new
got
dishwashers won't go.
Huh?
The new dishwashers won't work if you rinse your dishes too much. They've got dirt sensors. Mine's not that new, but the really new ones, if you rinse your dishes, it's not going to clean them.
Are you serious?
Dishwasher says they're too clean. Sorry, robot says.
Does it have like a light in it to, what is it, that ultraviolet light to kill extra germs and, you know, what is that kind of a light to kill those particles? I don't know.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of what it's called, but they have them at like the, you know, hair salons and stuff if you're really fancy, or piercing salons. Not the autoclave, but that I know what you're talking about, that disinfecting light.
Yeah. I can't think. I could just say ultraviolet's the only thing that comes to mind. But yeah, is that just like a smart appliances that are like, it's too clean, denied?
See, I think a really smart fridge would be like, stop opening it if you don't know what you want, or whatever, or check your app. And then another one would be like, you've eaten 1,500 calories since 7 p.m. It would watch you while you open cupboards too.
Yeah, that's what
if it was that cupboards. Smart, right? Be helpful, like fucking be a nag, man.
They have refrigerators.
You eating again?
The camera on it. Have you seen the fridge with the camera and you just touch the screen is on the door?
I know.
Touch it, and it lights up and shows you what's inside, so you don't have to.
I know.
So you're going like,
so
what?
Fascinating.
Why do I feel like I know we're not using the fridge to cool off the house? Comment, but that just feels like we got lazier because we can't open the door.
Oh my gosh, speaking of open doors, I went to work one day and I left my fridge door open. I must have swung it shut for the first time in my entire life. I must have tried to pack my lunch and then must have thought I swung it shut and it swung right back open. And it was open all day. And poor little fridge, man, did I have to I had to let it thaw in the freezer. Anyways, it was like poor fridge. It's keeping my food cold. It's quieter than ever. So, so far so good. But, yeah, it sucks when you're already like a lock checker, a stove checker. Now you got to be a fridge door checker. Come on.
The stove with the knobs by the, I'll say the range with the knobs that are by the oven door. Those are just paranoid because I've seen videos where dogs accidentally turn them on, but obviously kids or even just you leaning over them. So I appreciate thankfully we have it's electric, but gas or electric. The knobs need to be on the back.
Yeah.
No matter what. They need to be in the back.
You have an electric kitchen? Me too. I have an electric kitchen too.
We're so modern. We're the women of the 50s.
I know. So modern.
With the film today. That's why we're talking about appliances still, because it's related. I really appreciate my air conditioning. Let me tell you, central air conditioning. I really appreciate it. If I had to pick a favorite utility, I really appreciate my central air system. Yes, I do.
Nice.
And then my fridge. Those like the things that do kind of help make life simpler. Because I don't even remember how hot it was today down in Florida, but I took the dog. Keep buffering. I took the dog for a walk. In a 20-minute walk, I was drenched in sweat because it was so humid. It wasn't even the heat from feeling the sun. It was the humidity. And there was a storm. You could see the storm building up probably 20 miles away. And so that humidity is building up, but I was sweat. Like I was wet, like I got out of the shower, but all I did was walk the dog. And even the dog, who is, 30 pounds, small, short hair, dog breed, she's like, what is wrong with you? Why couldn't you wait for the sun to go down? It doesn't cool off till 2 a.m. And that's maybe 5-10 degrees, unless it rains really well, like a good downpour after the sun went down. It will cool off kind of nice, but that humidity cranks right back up, and you could step outside and just instant sauna. You are in a sauna. You are always detoxing and purifying your body. I go, that's nice, because in Michigan, even in the summer, you were just freezing. You have like 2 hours of it being maybe scalding hot 2-3 days a week, and then you're hugging the AC because your body is not used to it. It's so drastic. So it's like the subtle change of being outside and then walking in to the temperature, even in Michigan, I would put the thermostat down into the 60s. Right, babe? And here in Florida, it makes a big difference for each number. I'm like 72, so I can sleep at night and still feel comfortable because our bedroom is kind of like, doesn't circulate well. But it was probably 90 degrees today, and I had the thermostat up at 75 because that temperature change, being too cold, you start feeling like you're getting sick. Because you can feel the heat through the windows and the wall. You can tell when the sun's moving. And we're on the bottom floor with some shade and stuff. And you can still tell like that temperature from outside fluctuation inside. And I'm over there going, I need to increase it so the air can stop and just let the air be.
Oh, that reminded me, not really here. You're in Michigan, aren't you? I forgot about that. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, because JJ actually, born, raised, grew up in Michigan.
Oh, Glenn! Sorry. It's like Oakland, California. No, we had Oakland, Michigan. Oakland County. Currently in Michigan. Okay.
Ah.
You want to share what county at least? I'm curious. 'Cause I'm born and raised in Michigan, so I'm like Michigander, yeah. But you live near Tampa and Fort Myers. So we're in Manatee now. We're in Manatee County, pretty much next to Bradenton and Sarasota. 5 minutes from the Skyway Bridge, which is a lot nicer to look at than the Mackinac Bridge. Because it's Florida. I'm just so happy to be in Florida with the heat. Because I'm actually 80 years old and I just can't take the cold anymore. It hurts. It really does hurt, even though I still appreciate my AC unit. So yeah, I grew up in Michigan in Oakland County. It's about an hour, depending on where you at in Oakland County. Half hour to an hour outside of Detroit. So I grew up in Waterford, Hazel Park. Warren is not in Oakland, but it's right there. Kego Harbor. It's not Sylvan Lake. It was Kego, right? That was Waterford. Kego. Went to school around there. Waterford, and there you go. I'm like crashing. I can talk. I'll just ramble on. Bring on the visuals.
That's right. So
Hazel Park is that old house that from the video with the fuses you had to screw in. That was that old little, we called it the little white house. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, it ain't there anymore.
But it was built in 1942. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 850 square foot. And then they added on the washroom in the 60s. Where are you at?
I can show you where I live.
Where you currently live?
Yeah. I'll show you the city I live in.
So where you currently live, is that where you grew up or close to it?
The house that's no more.
Aw.
Yeah, they demolished it.
It's a nice lot.
It's
a double lot. That's, because the house with the tall bushes next to it, it's a similar size and layout that was there. That's a single lot. We're still friends with our neighbors on Facebook in the brick house. We're still friends with neighbors
back here
in the back house.
Over here.
On Facebook, we stay in touch. And I used to, if you turn around, go to Senate's house. I used to clean the yard.
That's right.
The last 2 years we were there. He has severe health issues, so I haven't been there in a while. I'd rake the leaves, shovel the snow, and mow the grass.
Yeah, back here.
Luckily, it was a single lot. It was small.
Yeah.
And the vine.
That definitely helped.
Cleaned out the back, and it was.
But
it was memories.
That's kind of where we were for a minute. Anyway, right?
A minute.
Because after a couple years,
and that was my great grandparents' house.
We moved up here.
My dad's side.
You guys are basically from island country too. Like, I know it doesn't look like islands, but kind of does.
Oh, like
all the Great Lakes around you like that, you know?
Here.
Watauga. Yeah.
Yeah, we were
Zoom
in
in.
Gaylord.
Go
We were
Gaylord.
in Colton Lake.
Go to Gaylord.
Grayling. Didn't actually live there, but
Gaylord is a tourist hub for visiting Michigan. The main street is apparently, well, that's not a good spot.
No.
You're a little off.
It did just drop me over there, but here's
No, the downtown
Other way.
part.
Yep, other way. Other way.
It's apparently German influenced. What'd you click on?
I have no idea.
I hate all those little dots everywhere.
I know. They actually make it more difficult, I think. But there's your German influence.
I like Petoskey, and I want to say the Traverse City area. We usually go to, or did, the sand dunes, the Sleeping Bear sand dunes, at least once a year. We'd climb the big hill of sand, and then you run back down, and you try not to fall and get a mouthful of dirt, sand, and then you just drive around the scenic route. That's all you do in Michigan.
There's our fish store. Funky Fish and Friends.
The cichlids.
Nice.
Oh, that says permanently closed now. No way.
Oh, really?
Oh, man.
He's doing good. He had saltwater fish in there too.
Oh, he had an awesome.
Permanent. I
fresh
wonder if he moved.
saltwater.
He needed a bigger place.
He really did. He probably moved then, which
I
would
hope
be
he
good.
moved because he would take in people who were surrendering animals, small pets like hamsters, guinea pigs maybe, and obviously reptiles or amphibians. And yeah, we traded and we tried to do fish tanks. Oh my gosh. Tried to do fish tanks. And
Yeah.
the fish would eat each other because we were trying to do cichlids. And those are some cool ass fish. But 50 gallons and 4 fish is all you could do. We always try to get more. They say you can put more fish in there. And I'm sitting there, but all they do is eat each other. Like they're piranhas or just like only 3 survived, and we kept renaming them because we couldn't just whatever. The fish were just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Entertaining as crap. I think we named them waffles, eggs, and pancakes.
But I would say Michigan, in a nutshell, I always say right across here, about I call it the halfway point. If you look north, you can see all dark green. That's because this is nothing but country, woods, forest. The elevation actually goes up a little higher
Show
too.
them the sand dunes.
So this is Michigan,
Pure
or
Michigan.
pure Michigan, as they
But
call it. Because this
if
down
you-
here, no, this is no. Nope.
This is burning hell.
Yeah, that. I would say if you want to visit Michigan, go up here. It is beautiful up here. Or the rabbit.
Not really here. I mentioned a few places in Michigan.
Petoskey.
Yep, Petoskey's
Yeah,
right
Indian
here.
Indian River and Petoskey are right next to each other.
Yeah, Indian River is like right there too. Yeah, because you got Sheboygan, you got Alpena.
Oh,
all
go
of
to
that
the
up here.
creepy hotel you took me to for like a second honeymoon. Where's Onaway?
Oh, that's Onaway. That's
Onaway.
Black Lake. Black Lake.
Black Lake. Oh my gosh. There it is. The UAW conference. I think that's where you took Black Lake. Yep.
Yes, I think. Yeah,
So-
because we were out here.
hmm Wonderful idea. So thoughtful. I think we were 5 years together, was it? 'Cause the kids were
Oh.
still young. We were at my
I don't even
parents'
think
we were at
they'll
the
let you in
cabin.
here.
He planned it. He was all secretive, and he's like, "So we're going to go away for the weekend, 2 nights at this, and it was like November, or October, so seasonal change. It should be kind of pretty, whatever. It's an old hotel.
I wonder what it looks
It was
like
like
in
a lodge, definitely a lodge. I don't know. Anyway, so we get there. Nothing is off. Nothing is, questionable. It's just more in the woods. It took an hour and a half to get there. And I'm like, okay, the weekend alone,
there.
romantic.
It is a beautiful area.
during the daytime, and then the sun goes away, and The Shining happens. Oh,
The Shining.
my God. We were the only people. This is The Shining. We were the only people in this hotel. And it's a lodge hotel. There's the person at the gate because it's a property, and they're doing maintenance. And there's somebody that just keeps an eye on things at the gate 24/7.
God,
That's a Zodiac room.
Yeah, look how cool this.
It's like built in the 60s or something. But we were in a room that had the lake view, and once that sun went down, that black lake, then it turned into the Ring. I couldn't look at the lake. I would.
What is that? That's fancy shots of the hotel.
This is a lounge connecting hallways. It's called the Zodiac Room. It was really cool because it has zodiac signs and some of the planets all around it. And this is before I was aware of things. To say this place.
I found 11. Creepy. I found Janus.
You found Gemini.
Nah.
This place was creepy. The longer we hung out there, and I did have a freaking hell of a nightmare. I couldn't even fall asleep. I swear, like there was some creature under our bed. I had this dream. There was some the fire lady from Moana. Was it Tafiti or something? Like the lava demon from Moana before Moana even came out. So I fall asleep and I have this dream. I'm standing in the hotel room and there's this fire demon reaching for me out from underneath the bed we're sleeping on. And it's all on like Shining / Grudge / The Ring. I wake up and I'm like, we are getting the fuck out of here. I'm done. I was already creeped out because of the hallway and that fireplace and the lounge. This place was just getting to me. I was like, put that on your brochure. I ain't never coming back. Oh my God. This place is so memorable, and it was supposed to be romantic, and it quickly turned into...
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
He's looking at me half asleep like, what? I said, there's a fire demon under the bed. Get me out of here. It was like 2 a.m. It's like, he's like, you wouldn't even open the curtains to look at the lake. How are you going to walk to the truck? I was like, I don't know. Because it's in the woods. It is in the woods. Oh, man. Such a memorable second honeymoon. Fire demon. Is that the sand dunes?
Yeah.
Let's start in the parking lot.
Whoa.
You get like a good view up the hill. There it is. It's a big hill.
It's very steep.
Oh my gosh, my thighs are burning just looking at it. Bernie's like, freaking demons.
Oh. I mean, the dune itself, the walk up, that's rough.
Well,
but
the dune on the other side along Lake Michigan is even steeper.
I don't know if they have any pictures of that.
I'm surprised there's not more. That's not it.
No, it's not. I'm actually kind of hoping that they
I think
did,
you're too
'cause
far north. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Overlook.
There's the overlook right there.
That's the main attraction. Yeah, because you can drive through there, the blue trail. You can actually drive it, and you need to. It's steep and winding, and then you park, and then you have to climb. Oh, that's the gut. They're down. That's the steeper side. But yeah, there's a.
Look how that.
I mean,
my
like
God.
It's like that.
They're like an ant. It is such a steep grade all the way down. Now, obviously,
that's like
going down is the easy part as always, but they do have signs up here that say If you do need rescuing, they will
Crossing
rescue
the
you,
lanes.
but you will be charged if a freaking helicopter has to come get you. Because it has happened. That's how steep this.
Oh, what do you think, babe? Bernie's like, any, what is that?
Geoglyph?
Yeah, like the word is in my head. Geoglyphs.
Any
Sunken
geoglyphs or
pyramids.
sunken
It is a
pyramids.
big sand. Where did you go?
You
What
know,
did-
I was just.
Oh, this sand dune, and there's a couple of sand dunes, and they use it as tourist attraction. And you cannot RV. I'll say RV. Oh, 4-wheel. You can't do 4-wheeling over here.
No,
This is
they won't even
protected
let you.
lands. So everything that
I wonder what.
that they protect a certain way. There are some sand dunes you can do like 4-wheeling and dirt biking on, but they're smaller and it's very selective. But yeah, these are like
This area is beautiful up here.
protected lands, like
I
a
mean,
golf course.
Northern Michigan is just something else. It really is. That's I've told people, I'm like, I don't completely
Mackinac,
knock
yeah.
Michigan, but
The northern part aspects,
yes,
like
you have to get
Sheboygan,
north of here.
skiing, Mackinac. Go check out Mackinac. Like just the old there's a fort on the west side of the bridge. There's a fort on Mackinac Island. There's the lighthouse left and right of the bridge. So there's a lot there, and it's really interesting.
You just said you could do it. There you go.
Castle Rock near mystery spot is I never went to or got to go to mystery spot. I always wanted to go, and there's a lot I didn't know until we actually moved back to Florida, because I really didn't find most of these channels until we were like packing boxes, and I would fall asleep listening to somebody talking about Tartaria or mudflood. Just at the time when we moved and got settled in December, so by January we were settled in last year.
Oh
I
my
was
god,
like,
that
what's
is so
going on?
small.
It looks small. It's not small. It's a big bridge.
Well, it's long. It's definitely long. That's for certain.
Bernie wants you to zoom in on the fort. But this is where we usually stood. And
this?
here, look at this. Look at the lighthouse.
This isn't the fort though, is it?
No, it's on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah,
On
I
the-
was gonna say it's
On the southbound west side. Over there, it says right there, Fort
that's the
Michilimack. What? Oh, it's over there. Just go more west. West.
Ah.
That's a parking lot. You gotta hop the
it-
fence.
yeah.
You gotta hop the fence.
it goofball thing.
Right there.
Yeah,
See?
yeah, that's the lighthouse.
Oh, that's east. There you go. Keep going. Right there.
Ah, there it is. There.
I
it is.
have never been to that one. I was always
Ooh,
with my
that
family.
looks
We were always looking at the lighthouse. Why? I don't know. And I lived 30 minutes from the fort in Detroit. 30 minutes
Wow.
from Belle Isle. My parents
have.
never took
Oh my god. We've been here how many times and we never went.
We would go walking around the old village. It's on the other side, and get some fudge. But we never. Next time we go back,
Wow.
we're gonna have to. Hey Phil, I got him.
Oh, okay. Hey, Phil.
Hey, y'all.
Good to have you on, bud.
Thank you. I was trying to get stuff done, trying to get all caught up, trying to eat. I make green beans and I just spilled them all over the floor. I looked down and it's sitting right side up. I spilled about a little handful. I was like, phew. I just installed a instant hot water heater here, so I'm short fuses to a double amp, 30 amp double breaker. So I have to turn my air conditioning off to get my dryer hooked up. It's quite the mess. I just ain't got one here yet.
The video is very themed for today.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Have you guys heard of the Internet of Things?
The Internet of Things. I think you mentioned that in stream the other day. I think I overheard you mention that, but I don't remember.
And it ties into Energy Star.
No.
Okay. The Internet. Have you, Joe?
No.
Okay. Energy Star is the appliances, like you were talking about, the appliances, the dishwasher not working when they aren't dirty, the dishes aren't dirty. Things will turn off by themselves or can turn on by themselves easily. They're basically like smart appliances. Like you were just talking about the fridge.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a CIA program.
Oh.
How do I prove it? Okay,
I can see that though.
Well, you know that. Have you ever heard the realist McCoy talk about the LED bulbs? And that's how we met. Actually, he said, "I know you know something about the LED bulbs. Tell me what you know." The LED bulbs are more than LED bulbs. They're actually, they can triangulate you in your home.
Can they now?
Yeah, that's why they pass them out for free.
Like watching me do the funky chicken.
Well, I don't know how precise it is. I know they could kill you in your house if they wanted to. Just saying.
Yeah, heart attack done.
That directed energy.
Yeah, are those the ultraviolet?
Well, no, it's okay. Let's say I have a background of knowing kind of these things. So if I wanted to take you out, I would go to the county recorder's office. I get the layout of your house. I know the exact amperage, ohms, everything of what appliance you turn on.
Yeah, you know what, babe? You were asking, how does the electric company know? Because they categorize our electric bill according to lights and appliances. And he's like, how the heck do they know that?
This is how they know.
We don't have smart appliances.
Yeah, we don't even have smart appliances at all. Like, none.
Well, they still have the ohms and the voltage and the amperage and all that.
That's what I was kind of thinking. It had to be off.
It's a smart meter, isn't it?
Usage.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think so.
That I'm pretty sure.
I almost want to look at it and be like, I don't really know yet. It's on the side of our wall.
You know, you ever hear of Vizio TVs?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay, this was the start of it. That is made in China. It started, the Vizio company started in, I don't know.
I think we had one or two, and
yeah, they're CIA made. They're made in China for the CIA. That's why George Bush was the ambassador to China after the Watergate scandal, because he was the director of CIA for Nixon.
Right.
Well, when Ford came in, he went over to China and became their ambassador. Well, they started making these Vizio TVs. What if you want to check on people? What better way than to put a listening and recording device in the TVs?
Mm-hmm. Like our cell phones.
Yeah, just like our cell phones. It's kind of. I want to know when the fuck the government become a jealous girlfriend.
Since the dawn of time.
You know, I mean, completely keep track of you all the damn time, and like, oh my god, man, it's like it never ends. But that's what the Energy Star and the Internet of Things are, and the LED bulbs. It's all relevant to electric.
It won't show.
Elohim.
Yep.
So,
We
yeah.
can make it brighter. So he can go on the app and it won't show up.
Oh no! Don't worry about it. I'm actually about to
Screenshot it and be like, here
I
is.
already got it.
But is that
Here we
the
go.
connection to those ultra lights, the purple, blue light, the street lights?
No, those are RL. Those are RL17As. Those actually. Well, you know what? I'll just be right back. I'll just show you what they are.
Go ahead. Yeah, but you see, it gives
Okay.
you cooling, AC, lighting, lights, your water heating, your refrigerator, laundry, always on, electronics,
Always on.
miscellaneous, unallocated, and kitchen. So, I mean, some of
Is
it.
this ours?
This is ours.
You
Yes.
think the laundry would be right next to cooling? I swear. I got something screwy here.
Yeah, you would think so, but yeah, we don't have no smart anything. So I think what Phil got at is maybe because certain appliances pull certain OEMs or whatever, maybe that's how they're putting this together, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but that kind of like freaked me out a little bit anyway. When I first saw that, I was like, how the hell do they know that?
I prefer the older light bulbs too. We actually these apartments were built in 99, 2000, and you have to hook in your own ceiling fan with a light or plug in a light to be the room light, except for the kitchen and I guess they call it the Soleil room, the dining room. Other than that, you have to bring your own lights, except for the bathrooms. But those lights, they bother me so much. We don't use them. I have holiday lights everywhere, like the long string ones, because it's soft illuminating lights. It doesn't bother my eyes as much.
Mm-hmm.
And certain things that I look at over time, I'll get headaches. I feel dehydrated. I get
I'm
dizzy.
the same way. I mean,
And-
it's not that extreme for me, but I need to have warm light. I need to not be able to see the light bulb.
Mm-hmm.
You know, exposed
Yeah.
light bulbs really screw me up.
Yeah, we have our bathrooms. They have 4 sockets, 4, I guess, the older lights, but whatever. I have them slightly unscrewed so they're off because the switch is connected to the exhaust fan. So every time you turn the light on, the exhaust fan has to come on. Or every time you want the exhaust fan on for a while, like after a shower, the lights have to be on. And I'm like, that's a waste of energy. That is just so stupid to have a 2-in-1 switch like that. So I adjusted the light bulbs and I hooked up some festive holiday lights in the bathroom. Continuous soft glow when you plug them in as needed, or just leave them on because I don't know, it's going on 1.5 years. They haven't burnt out yet. But
yeah.
a lot of electronics with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth really mess around with my equilibrium. And even the phone, I turn on airplane mode a lot. It cuts the signal. We were trying to get a new TV, and he was checking to see if it wasn't a smart TV. We needed a dumb TV, and we got what he could find. He still went into the settings to turn off anything that was Wi-Fi or Bluetooth related. It didn't work because every time I walked into the living room, I felt like I was in a fun house with the mirrors. I felt like I was on a boat. I just dizzy and just.
Did you say you felt like you were in Vogue?
In a boat, like on the ocean.
Oh,
like,
you're on a boat. I was
Yeah, not
thinking
the-
about the music video.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah,
Not on the microphone, but
yeah, because us guys and whatever, I guess, whatever. I wanted a 75-inch. I wanted the big boy, right? And yeah, I was looking for them, and when I hooked it up and I turned it on, it didn't really bother me too much, but I knew it was noticeable. So I was like, okay. So I figured if I turned it off, turn that off, turn the Bluetooth off, turn the Wi-Fi off, the smart crap that comes with them, right? Oh, that's funny, Shuddy. But yeah, when she said she wasn't feeling good, I was like, wow.
Instantly.
But the interesting thing is, it almost got worse when I started turning the Wi-Fi off. I'm not joking, because all of a sudden, I would start getting hit, and normally I don't feel the energy as much as JJ does. So when I started getting hit with these strong waves from the TV, I was like, holy crap, yeah, there's definitely a problem here. And we end up having to return the TV. And, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what is that? Oh, I see what he put in there now. So, yeah, it was just...
even when it was turned off,
yeah,
I told him he needed to put a sheet over it, because the screen itself, when it was turned off, was, I want to say, almost felt like I was looking at a concaved, not reflection, but just fish lens, like the fish lens or something. Like there's something off with it. It was just, I just tell everybody, it's like being in a fun house, but all of the entertainment at once. Especially the tunnel that turns slowly, with when you have the mirrors, and then you have the shaky bridge all at once. And sometimes the waves will hit me, and I'm like, I'm done. So I was wondering about the street lights that are purpley blue, because we have
That's
them.
what that link is.
Okay, I clicked on it.
Yeah, that's mine, so no problem.
Cool. I don't know if you can share that. Did you share it, babe, or you want me to? Can we share it, Phil?
Yeah, that's why I give it to you, and you can stop it and read it, because it goes pretty fast,
The music's awesome. Right in my ear, I was like...
Yeah, you might want to turn the music down a little bit. It's pretty loud.
I like that song, Sail.
But it tells all about the light. It's on my YouTube too. I just couldn't go into it because I'm uploading videos right now.
Right.
Are you sharing that?
Oh, you want me? I can. I have it up.
I can do it. Well, you already had it up, so.
You look like you were doing something else. I just didn't know.
I was. I was putting in. I was putting in links for Ben, the archivist, because Ben's awesome.
Wait, where'd he go?
Waking Up with Analog, and Jay Dreamer.
Oh, there's that.
See, now what we have here is a failure to communicate.
That's what happened between the Joe Cool and I just now. Like, can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it? But we didn't answer each other. Where's that other one? After you? No, after you. I don't know if you had that. Yeah, there it is.
After you. Oh, no, you first. After you. Oh, no, you first. After you.
Oh my god.
Well, it's funny because what was that? There was a few channel creators that we've spoken with, and we kind of get the same feedback of going, you two are just nice people. Stop. It's almost like stop. It's almost like you guys are too polite. Like, I mean, obviously they don't want us to stop, but they're just like, good grief, you guys.
We communicate so well sometimes that we still didn't follow through.
Yeah. So sometimes this happens.
Yes, you did. You acted and it backfired.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna pivot anymore. You think?
See, no matter what, I mean, sometimes you communicate more than enough. It's just going south.
Okay. If you guys,
Joe Cool and I are gonna both just.
if you guys ever want to see, I guess, the real side of me and JJ, this is pretty much it.
Dare you, sir? How dare you? No, how dare you? No, how dare you? How dare you? No, how dare you? You dare to dare me? How dare you? How dare me when I how dare you?
That was more like the first 7 years. The typical miscommunication. How dare you? You didn't understand me. How dare you? Oh, woe is me.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so really quick, because this is coming up, and I figure what good timing, right? So something that's really cool about having a blue wrench, and everybody having a blue wrench, is one person cannot block another if you both have wrenches. So there you go. No one's getting banned. There you go. Cool. See? No
Bernie
banning around
style.
here.
The Bernie style.
Next, also, everyone having a blue wrench, you can click on anybody else's channel, and you can check their channel out. You can actually go to everybody's channel now because you have a wrench. So no one's going to get banned here, and you can go check out anybody and everyone's channel. So there you go.
Check it out.
And I hope
can complain
You're
about.
that's offensive. But you were that's offensive.
We're trying to.
Yeah.
Roll with it, see how things go. I don't see a problem with it. Yeah, Bernie, exactly.
Is what did Phil share?
Oh, bring it up, babe. We're still over communicating and not following through.
Oh, jeez, it happens. All right, I got to. All right, I got. Here we go. Sure. Audio. All right, here we go.
You might want to take us off the screen so it's bigger because it's.
Can you make it bigger on the screen, babe? Like full screen?
Oh,
so it can,
there you
if
go.
it's anything small, I can read it. I'm gonna mute it. Can you read any of that or pause it on your side, babe? Or just let it play over and then pause it. I want to say.
I don't know if I can pause. Can I pause that?
Yeah, you can pause it. I can't even see it. It might be
there
my.
it is. I'm sorry. I got you. Okay. So.
The blue street lights. Because
we're
we have
talking about these.
Yeah, I made a couple of videos on them. More so using it as a prop. You know what? I will pull up my video.
They change the molecular structure of your body.
That's what I've heard, and they are putting them up They're everywhere. They're the fishing piers along the Skyway Bridge in the Tampa Bay area. Most of the lights are the ultraviolet.
Yeah, here they're everywhere out of town. You can't leave the city without going by one.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they got what, 3 at least in our apartment complex alone.
Wow.
1, 2,
No.
3,
Each turn you have to take. There's at least 5.
4. Oh, 3, 4.
I think there's 4.
Oh,
We actually have the purpliest one that we park under. I'll show you in a minute.
And it does read because I know some jibbity jab folks. You can see their veins under that light.
Really?
Really.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are you share screening?
I can. Mine's more entertainment purposes. Because, I mean, when you're just surrounded by it. You see it?
Yep. Yeah, look at that blue.
I don't take no shit that I don't deserve. It ain't ladylike, it's a little redneck. But if you gon' start it, I'm gonna finish it. I ain't a bitch till you make me whoa.
So yeah, that was all entertainment purposes. But this light is where we park next to our apartment. But these lights are, I want to say, almost like 90% of roadways, parks. We went to a park in Tampa because we were doing some boots on the ground, and we found a minaret top that used to be on the courthouse. Well, they put it in a pavilion type thing, and the homeless are sleeping on the sidewalk and the benches, and these blue lights line down one side of the street, if not 2 of 4 sides of every block. Because no matter what, we have to walk by these things. We live next to these things. So I'm like, I'll just make myself look like an alien and lip sync to a song. And my hair is actually in the process of being colored. So this was like a month ago. But yeah, no matter what, we are basically submerged in this crap.
Yeah, especially down here. That's
I'm just saying, you're going. It's hard because like, what else can you do? Where can you go? What can you do?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I might be able to actually pull.
But it's funny how sensitive I can be towards certain, I want to say, technology devices, and then not others. It seems like there was another one, but yeah, I look like a blue alien.
It'd be cool if we find out that's how they turn on the teleportation devices, though. You just go up and you stand under the purple light and you tap your wrist a few times and boom, you can go somewhere.
Beam me up, Scotty.
I mean, I doubt it, but you know me, the eternal optimist.
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, okay, there's a drawback to technologies or lights or whatever they want to call it that we have to identify it as. I'm sitting here going like, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi give me headaches and make me dizzy. But I can stand under that light and I don't feel anything right away. That doesn't mean there's no long-term effect problem with it.
Here we go. I got it. Check this out. So when I put out my blue light thing here on, see if we can.
Is this your TikTok? Or not TikTok? Instagram?
This is mine.
Or this is your...
No, this is on YouTube.
YouTube. I'm already getting a headache.
Is this what Phil shared?
No. This
is
on
related
mine.
to it.
This is the blue lights. This is one of the blue lights in our parking lot. Look how bright blue this is. Now, here's something interesting. If you look to the comments section, I'm not sure who this person is, but they said that I'm a streetlight technician for the Florida Power and Light subcontractor. And they tell us it's an issue with the lighting spectrum for the LED light. That type of light that I posted is probably a range on the bottom side of the light. It should have a sticker that shows what type it is, but by the looks of it, it could be a 44. I found out because I did take a picture of it, which was
I put
right here.
Phil's link in the.
It actually turned out to be a 70 4K LED. So it's actually stronger than what even the technician figured it was. But the thing is, we all hear the same thing about these, right? Is that we're told, what the heck have they told us? That it's just a malfunction or something, that they actually plan on switching them back out. No, they don't. They're putting more in. But when we've asked about it, they keep telling us the same thing, that there's a malfunction with the lights. They weren't manufactured the correct way, so they're gonna bring
There's
out
a loose
different
wire,
lights. I'm like,
and it's
no.
not white anymore. Basically, there's a loose wire. It's not white anymore. They're going purpley blue, ultra.
To go back to
which I believe there's a channel called Enter the Stars. He went over the Ultraviolet movie with Mila Jovovich, and I think the connection to the ultraviolet streetlights. So Enter the Stars is an interesting channel.
I love that channel.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
He's been around a while. Like, he's one of the channels.
I've watched. I don't watch everything, but I've watched him for a long time.
Right. Yeah. I was catching up with things a few months ago, and
this is what Phil brought. This is his TikTok video. That all the information in this video, it creates Alzheimer's disease, conformational transition, double mutation, molecular dynamics, protein aggression. It's like, this is bad, and it has to do with, of course, these blue lights. So the fact that we got them up around us, and definitely had a Florida Power and Light technician kind of saying the same story, that they're malfunctions or whatever. Well, that's the story, obviously, but
yeah,
they are not replacing these blue lights. Just so they're actually coming out with more. That's wow.
I'm just grabbing the channel for Enter the Stars just in case. I can spell.
Yeah, Casey, I think his name is Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't notice. Did Phil drop out?
I think he lost signal because I didn't hear him say anything.
And
I think he has a problem with the signal sometimes, or so. But yeah, that we have the link pinned. Whoever wants to hop on, say hi. Sherry, maybe. Edna.
Maybe Shetty will join one of these days.
Not really here. He could be here nor there. Anybody wants to pop on and say hi, because we're just talking about appliances. Doesn't it sound so entertaining? Appliances. We're doomed. They're taking over. Not really taking over, but they're still killing us.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about just about anything, really. That's that's something that I mentioned, I believe, again on the one of the chats the other day on panel. Is I was like, it's okay to let the train go off the tracks, so to speak, and take a detour.
Oh, everything's connected.
Everything's connected no matter what. So it doesn't really
I
matter
mean-
what we talk about because it's all going to come together.
Yeah.
We were working
irregardless.
We're working on the articles for basically our next live stream, but we're pre-recording the videos, and the topic is pirates. And making the footage for that, I'm sitting there going, I think we're just going to talk about pirates. I don't really want to talk about any other article topics because the pirate one is really interesting, entertaining, but it's really interesting. Research and article wise, kind of like how analog researches through articles of old newspapers. It is really interesting. And I honestly thought that if I did it and looked into newspapers, I wouldn't find it fun. And now I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. So it's all analog's fault, to say in a good way. I'll be like, I enjoy his channel. He put out one today. I'm just going to share his video for today because it had to do with the scarab beetle.
That's right.
And I was always fascinated with Egypt growing up. And I think I can share it. I'll just put it in the do scarab beetles to pirates. Nothing's off the topic. I'm still new at this sharing stuff. I have to copy paste. The scarab beetle, the ancient scarab symbolism, and radium. And there was even an interesting comment he made from the article he was reading, referring to Jesus related, and then he was talking about bism, BISMUTH, bismuth, I think it's bismuth stone, in connection with the radium and the scarab beetle. And I'm from Michigan. We have rocks and stones everywhere. We have gift shops of just buying rocks. If you don't want to go and look for it yourself. I was told that bismuth, however you say it, was made in the lab, but this article he's reading doesn't indicate that it's, if it's the stone he says and he pronounces with the BISMUTH, bismuth. It's really pretty. If you want to Google that really quick, babe, like a picture of the stone bismuth, it's really pretty.
What is it?
BIS.
I know I heard that.
You have, because it's really pretty, and I talk about it. I talk about pretty rainbow metallic things. BISMUTH. Just say stone.
Friends, I think I'm going to hop down into the chat.
Okay.
I was out in the sunshine out at my motorhome, and I think I'm fading on you. But I'm going to stick around, and I really appreciate you having me up.
I appreciate you stopping by. I feel like I'm fading too. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, Phil got kicked. Well, you can always come back on, buddy. You know that.
Much love to you both.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Bex.
Love you. Thanks for coming on. And
yeah, love you both too. And it's been a pleasure catching you in other people's living rooms and stuff over the last little while. Both of you. I love it. So
That's
I'll
right.
see you here or there.
here, there, and
Yeah, or on Facebook. What a treat. And
Yeah.
I'll see you in the chat momentarily. Thanks again. Bye for
Definitely.
now.
Thanks again, Bex.
yeah, only select people get to find me on Facebook. No, she was. I do say I'm on Facebook, but only one person asked so far. I was like, not a big deal. I'm more on
There you go.
YouTube than anything. There it is. I guess I want to say it is lab created, but from what Analog was reading, that it is natural occurring. But look how pretty it is. That metallic rainbow. Okay, that's what I call it.
That's a colorful pyramid, actually, right there.
That one. Well, they call it a crystal. I call everything like a stone.
That is nice.
So, yeah, other than, I would say, I guess, Analog with some of his videos, we also hang out at J Dreamers. I liked his one video he did about ancient bugs. It is a particular video of conversation talking about, you know, I want to say prehistoric bugs or ancient bugs. One of those. It's like a month ago.
Yeah, there it is. The prehistoric giant
Well, there's
bugs.
two. It's the next one.
And
No,
then
not
you
that
have
one. The one where he talks about saying these sea creatures, like lobsters and crabs,
Oh, that was
to him,
the,
he said to him, and it's how I always looked at them also, they look like spiders. So your sea creatures are actually like sea bugs. You're eating like bugs. That was the relation. Like, I'm like, I could never eat this stuff. Escargot, snails, I could not eat a lobster. I could just never. And I'm the youngest of 3 kids, and my parents
that
and my
was in
brother and
there.
sister, they ate everything. They ate everything, and there's a connection here. He gets into it. It was really interesting, disturbing because it is about food. But yeah, it's really good. He's very knowledgeable, and Sherry was mentioning in another
Yeah.
conversation, and I was thinking maybe Paul from What the Flock could probably, I don't know, have a conversation with like Jay or Analog, and I think there was 2 other people, Mario from Symbolic Studies.
I'm gonna put this in chat. Actually, why not?
Yeah, it's one of my. It's my favorite. It's like I say, it's my favorite episodes. The bug, the giant bug episode is like my favorite episode because there's a lot of information in there, and he doesn't get too gross because it grosses him out too. So it's just, it is what it. I won't say it is what it is, but it's say it's bugs. Let's see what the flag. We're going to start sharing channels that we actually hang out to. Then I went to What the Flock. I'm going to go share screen. Hanging out over here. I've been watching Paul from What the Flock for a year and a half almost. I really liked his speleology. I can't say it. I really got into that. I like breaking down the words, finding the origins, and try to understand things as much as possible. And then he was doing the 11 and the Janice videos, but he's also very knowledgeable and really good with editing and visualizing and drawing in those connecting the dots stuff. Kind of like hanging out if you're on like some of the panels, like Old World Florida. one-on-one, and some of the guests they have to explain the wordplay videos and just esoteric information, because I feel like I'm aware of it, but I don't study it, but I like to know as I can tolerate it, bits and pieces of it. Oh man, some of the main channels, I don't know. I've got a long list of people.
You definitely got a bigger list than I do.
Some of them I've had just sitting there since I got on YouTube and was listening to other people talk about the things that they had discovered over the years. Some of the channels have disappeared. Hummingbird, I don't remember. It was Hummingbird and a set of digits. She had a channel. And then there it is, Hummingbird 027. She doesn't talk about the same stuff she did in 2013. She changed it up. She went in a different direction because her channel went away, I think, or she just wasn't doing the same stuff. But she's the channel that brought me to look into Operation Fishbowl and Admiral Byrd. Her voice and listening to her talk about things is how I found out about Flat Earth. And then one channel after another at that time. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm basically collecting channels, I feel like. One of the channels I watch all the time is this guy right here, Nomadic Fanatic. He lives in his RV with toes around his tater tot, he calls it. I feel drawn to the nomadic life of living on wheels or just going wherever. It always draws, like, figuring things out, living off of bare minimum challenges in life, I guess. This is a really good channel, royalty-free music. They actually have really good music to listen to, not just to make music videos.
Yeah, Bex. So if you're ever looking for possible music for creating anything, definitely check this out, because it's all non-copyrighted stuff that, you know, when you get into editing, you can add this audio to some of your video.
A lot of these channels that I follow, they have hundreds of thousands or millions of subscribers, but I still come across people that have never heard of them. So even though I'm just like a nothing channel, this channel, like, these are urban explorers. These guys have traveled the world pretty much. They've been over in Europe, China, and across our country. These guys, I know Dustin, Berserker Bear, he mentioned these guys too. I go, oh yeah, I've been watching these guys for a few years too. They do really good editing. They don't talk about the old world mysteries, but they do highlight some of the architectural features. Like this one was really cool. It's like it's a bathhouse resort. And when they come across power plants, one of them, it's Michael and Brian, and I think Brian's the daredevil. He will climb some shady shit. And I'm like, I bet you have over 1 million subscribers, because you will get up there and climb and you will get that shot. I love it when they go through asylums, because there's so much going on. They have aerial footage. It's really nothing off limits to them. And that kind of is what makes it really good channel of exploring, but also when you get aerial shots like that, it's just crazy to see some of these buildings. Oh, Vibes of the Cosmos. This channel I stumbled across not quite a year ago. And the footage he has, I know there's the moon map of the world, but also just watching the footage of the moon floating, I'll say floating, obviously, through the sky. It's been a while. I can't remember which one it was.
Bex says she loves that channel.
Gave me some, like, understanding, seeing visuals that wasn't, like, CGI looking. Question everything, but I'm just, like, watching and looking, and then I watch and look and go see it for myself as much as I can to understand things. This is just, yeah, people, there are people out there doing some really great work, and obviously making the visuals to go with it help. It takes a lot of time, and it's inspiring and frustrating at the same time when you're trying to create something and share it with people. And this is a fun channel. This is based in Florida, mostly Miami. It's kind of like car crashes, and just people in boats. It's the saying goes, not much brains, but too much money, kind of stuff.
Yeah, way
Not
too much money, but
Not always, but yeah, these are just some fun channels because they're really good with editing. They're really good with information. They'll, you know, sometimes they're just, the boats are coming and going, and they just kind of list the stats on the boat, which even I found interesting moving down here, being around more boats and more outings. You know, it's just the environment is it's pretty crazy at Pontoon Fail. You don't really want to do the pontoon thing with heavy waves. I can't imagine taking a pontoon out on the seas. These are side with Miami. But even in the Gulf, I'm like, no.
that reminds me of that channel you have of the chit show, as he calls it.
That's connected to this channel, Wavy Boats and
Oh my goodness.
Alfred. I think his name is Alfred. Oh, this is another channel. I want to say it's similar to Enter the Stars. That the scariest movie ever is basically a reflection of the life that we live. Scariest movie ever. Like, what's going on? Obviously, these are all like opinionated pieces. It's like any channel creator. It's opinionated. It's views. It's how they see things, interpret things, trying to use what's the word? Discernment. I almost said deception. Trying to use deception.
Bex brought up AWARS and Wooden Nickels Conspiracy Graduates channel.
Yes. So this is Tartarian Truth, or Shem Jacobs. He was on earlier. This is his channel. That he has pretty much, like I said, started over. Because he was making parody videos, and they could be funny. And I want to say sometimes raunchy, but not really, no. But just funny, of questioning certain YouTube creators, researchers, you know. So, Symbolic Studies is Mario. Thanks to Sherry, I found Mario, and I think his better half is Michelle. Very interesting information. Obviously, I love trying to figure out symbols, like figuring out root words. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm crashing, that's all I know. Oh, this channel, they got really popular because they were reporting on Lake Mead. They go fishing out there all the time. It's a father-son team, and they talk about Lake Mead and the water levels a lot because that was getting kind of iffy back then. And if you ever wanted to relax and just watch people clean up a yard, these channels, they do basically volunteer work. They do it for a living, but then they find somebody who's in need and go and clean up their yard. So it's really, really nice. Now I'm just realizing the channel areas post 10. This is the channel. This guy, I was living in Michigan for the last 2 years before we moved. This guy taught me all about how to safety first, be aware of keeping your drains clean when it comes to like your street, your I would say roadsides, your parking lots. I mean, it's as easy as keeping the debris out of the way so that you don't get flooded. And we have that issue in Florida. Now, you have the issue in Michigan. But I was just like really blown away. This guy is certified. He took training. He knows what he's doing. He's an independent contractor, but now he exploded really well with like viewers, subs the last year because he reported on, this is like a long time ago. I wonder if it's in the playlist.
Could be.
The lake drain.
Now, did he train? Well, he didn't necessarily train himself, right? Like he went and got training so he could be certified. That way, like Leo's and people like that wouldn't bug him. He's like, no, I'm certified, trained to do this.
The lake drain videos is what he calls them. It's a privately owned lake, but the drain is connected to being the responsibility of, I think he's in Massachusetts. So the state has the responsibility for the drain, but the lake is privately owned, and it's an old culvert system, and it was crumbling, and he walks through these tunnels. Like, I know through it, and he was walking through this series right here. It was crumbling. It was starting to cave in. At any second, it could have, while he was even in it. And when he was outside of it, he repeatedly visited it. So it did cave, and it was starting to create what could have been a very bad sinkhole. So he reported it. He was on the news, and his channel exploded, and he's very informative. And Frankie, if you're around, he loves trains also. As you can tell, he hangs out at this one train tunnel area where he lives, and then he goes exploring into the woods. He digs trains also. But he's all over the place. He's even traveled, I think last fall he went to Montana, I think. And he explains it. He started doing 2 videos because it's very like entertaining and educational and just simple things that we don't think of to be like, oh, that's all the problem is. And then other things that preventative measures, that's what I want to get at saying. Preventative measures that the state should be better at in any state. But budget cuts and all. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And then there's this guy. He kind of knows what he's talking about.
I don't know. Any guy who lives in Florida and who talks about squeezing orange juices and playing with conch shells, I don't know about
that. Frankie is Canadian, like Bernie, hanging out up in the northern parts of the land
That's Burn Man's Bud up there. They actually, I believe, they live pretty close, kind of somewhat. I know that
Proximity.
they've done like meetup collabs already. So
Mhm.
yeah, definitely go check out Frankie's channel and
So
hang out there
another
with
one
him.
that this is Michelle's Healing Home. Another one that I found the same week. Sherry sent me a link to a video. I'm like, I actually just came across the video the same exact week. Checking out a lot of stuff that I hadn't seen before. And that's the coolest thing about connecting with people, whether at whatever social media platform there is, whatever watering hole, connecting with people, and people are sharing, like, hey, did you ever check out this channel? I found this channel a couple months ago. I've seen a couple of videos. It's really interesting how he puts stuff together. It's pretty, I want to say it's the same topic, but everybody has their own personality to it. And where was the other one? I think I went past it. It was, yeah, there it is, My Lunch Break. He's getting really popular too, obviously. I think when I found him a few months ago, he had way, I want to say, I don't know. I don't know if my memory serves me right. But his information is really cool, how he puts it together. Because even if it's the same topic, everybody has a different slice of the pie that they're seeing a slightly different pattern or can bring more to it. So it's really cool seeing new channels pop up, seeing what people can actually put together. And then you got some, I want to say, older channels like
Karen B.
The channels that have been around since the beginning of YouTube time. Not to make it sound old, but the what do I want to call them? Like the founding
OGs. They are the OGs. They are the originators.
Yeah. Some of these channels that are still around, if they are around.
Now the cool thing about Karen B is she hangs out with Mark Sargent, right?
Yeah. Now a lot of people, because they've been around longer, they didn't have their channels all at first. They were on a panel, they were collaborating, then they got their own channels, but they've been around longer. Sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I know about them, but they're not saying anything new. They're not talking about anything new. But it's good to know the channels are still there. These people are still there because the information is still relevant, even if it doesn't seem like there's nothing new every week. He talks about other things as well. I want to show her a playlist that I didn't even know she was talking about other things besides. She has an anti-religious scripture study that I didn't know, and the Mark Sargent one. She does a Mark Sargent. What do they call it? Once a week, she does Coffee with Karen. She does. I'm overlooking it because I don't know. Whatever they call it, Crazy Strange World or something.
Yeah, it's Strange World. That's right. That's right.
We
Yes.
go back to
Thank
live.
you. Yes, it's in their
There
lives.
it is.
It would be
Like
Strange,
Strange World.
Yeah,
It's
that's
her,
stuff
Mark
with Mark
Sargent.
Sargent.
So I mean, they kind of like where is it? Jason A. This guy's been around a long time. Also, this channel, as you can see, the videos are pretty short. He takes a collage of news reports from around the world. If they're talking about the same thing, draws that connection that they're talking about it. But he doesn't talk and he doesn't share space. He's just putting the pieces out there, and you basically have to come to the conclusion yourself, however which way you go with it. But this channel is really good with some of the things that were just in the news over and over again, but not to emphasize that it was in the news and it's all programmed, but the fact that maybe they're pushing something or that something's coming. Because that was the other thing. If it wasn't like flat Earth related topic, it was doomsday biblical revelation topic related, and going back to 2013 because it was 2012 with the movie that came out and the Aztec calendar and
well, Jason A, I would give 2 solid thumbs up for this channel. Seriously, anybody go check him out because all of his videos, if you look, they're like 3 to 5 minutes each.
If you don't like
he's
watching
not long-winded.
mainstream news, like sitting there watching it all at once, but you're still, I still need to kind of know what they're talking about. You still need to be kind of, if you want. This is like a good summary. It's just a few minutes of whatever they might be talking about.
Yeah,
with
and
one
I
topic to another.
I linked Jason A's channel with J Dreamers because J Dreamers does a segment every Tuesday night called Omens. And when he does his omens on Tuesday nights, it has everything to do with what Jason A talks about. It's just world narratives, mainstream narratives, and, you know, the anomalies or what have you. So, you know, if you're definitely into that type of stuff, omens and, definitely check out J Dreamers, and you can definitely mix it with Jason A's.
Yeah. Like these channels connect with Enter the Stars and The Scariest Movie Ever because art imitates life and vice versa is how I related to it. To understand things. Because like Shem said, he stopped watching movies. And for the most part, I did for the longest time. I wasn't interested in it because I felt like it was just art imitating life. It was too real, and I was getting kind of I didn't really like just disconnected and wanting to figure things out without being like programmed. And then I came to some of these channels of other people talking about it, and it felt like I had somebody to listen to talk about, relate with, think deeper on it, and go and look into things if I could handle it. Some things are dark and deep and a bit much. All right, here's a fun channel because I'm a girl. But if you notice, he is Paul from What the Flock's doppelganger.
Paul has a twin.
This gentleman, professional hair stylist, whatever, he lives in Belgium. So he has a cool accent. Obviously, very, I can't hover over, shocking effect of what people do and record themselves doing it to their hair. Sometimes it's amazing. Most of the time, it's tragic. It's very tragic. Actually, there's some in the shorts where they're quicker, easier to watch. People just do amazing things or not. And it's kind of incredible because part of watching this stuff again that I hadn't seen in a while reminded me of alchemy and mixing and blending and the chemicals to change material. And I was like, you know what? That was the angle of which that brought me into understanding certain things that Bernie talks about. And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm a girl. I had to color my hair and understand even bleach peroxide and the components of toner and the components of hair dye to actually understand some of the shit that Bernie's talking about. The brain works in a mysterious way of just entertainment and life relatable habits, and just, yeah, that's life. It's entertaining, and it's a mystery of just going, what the heck are we doing? We're doing whatever kind of makes us happy, amused for the day, or just bizarre, which is kind of, if you get like if you smile and you're laughing, it's bizarre. So yeah, this was highly entertaining sometimes. Just take your mind off of things, just like watching Silly Cats. So yeah, there's a lot of, there's Internet Stars, a lot of channels. I'm a hoarder collecting of channels. Drew Duncan is getting started. He's doing some. He was interested in, or he's been looking into, because he lives near Canada. He's not in Canada. He's in like one of the islands near Vancouver, I believe.
He's over there near Bex, I believe, actually.
Yeah. And he's going around exploring his neighborhood, his town. He's looking and sharing brochures and books. He was doing lighthouses. And I'm like, dude, you keep doing what you're doing. You got something to share here, information. Because when Joe Cool and I started really getting into our channels and trying to figure things out, it's a work in progress. It's what do I call it? I don't remember. My brain is dead. You just try and figure out your flow of what you like looking into. How do you like making your videos, and just record and edit and music and uploads, and then be careful with copyright. Obviously making your own content, it's yours. But if you want to add music or share certain things, certain channels, they get finicky about that. Dragon Sage is a new person, I think, through J-Dreamers that I found, like, connected with. And there's this his I believe his cat. He's a stray cat apparently, but he shared another video. I don't know if it was a short. Him. Okay. Definitely him. My brain is just hurting and crashing. Oh, there it is. His cat, which he said is a stray, looks exactly like, she passed away a few years ago. She was 14, but my baby kitty, my baby, looks exactly like from the backside anyways. I was like, oh my gosh. I was so taken back that the coloring and the pattern on the tail, I was like, oh, it's my baby. Where's my baby? And this guy right here, he's a hoot. Joe Cool hung out with him like twice in a row this week. And yeah, 007 Richie. He used to have a channel called The Magic Tree. That's what I knew him from. Got his channel taken down because platforms are finicky and they will take things away. So I don't know what his first channel was, but he's really cool. I like listening to him, and he has a guest on there, Notch. He is really cool to listen to. These guys talking to each other. Live stream. Oh man, can he sing and play? Like, wow. He's got a voice to sing like the rock music from the 70s or the grunge shit from the 90s. So yeah, he was live the other 2 days this week. You hung out and chit-chatted, and If anybody wants to go check out a video, this 1 minute and 10 whatever second video is his like new commercial to say for his own channel of highlighting some features
His
this week.
promo. Well, yeah, yeah. He had actually he had Paul What the Flock on the other morning.
Yeah.
And that was actually really cool. I like seeing even Paul with the Flock, starting to filter out a little. But yeah, that was great. Great stuff.
Oh, Dabu7, he's kind of like Jason A, but he talks more. He tries to, I guess, dive into without getting too deep. There's limitations of how much and what you can say. There's Crypto Alchemist, he dabbles around with some research and gets really creative with his videos. Like I said, I was watching the hair dye and the stuff, and I've been coloring my hair for 20 years. But some of the experiments that Bernie does, right over my head, with the elements and whatnot. And I'm sitting there going like, after a while, it starts to sink in. I'm kind of picking up on it. This is a cool channel. Old world related stuff. What channel was I thinking of? Because some of these channels are very much, they have a lot in common. And then some channels are just a little different.
Conspiracy Graduates was the...
Yeah, I'm getting there. Conspiracies Are Us.
But
is
yeah,
like the newer,
Conspiracies Are Us
this is an older channel. Like, I want to say older, it's been around a while. My Lunch Break and the other channel I shared. Music Creator. Interesting discussion channel board. Civil rights activist. Parody video guy. Really fun sometimes. There's another channel too. Where am I looking at it? Where'd it go? Did I not? Where the heck is it? Conspiracies Are Us, but where's the graduate one? You know what? This past week, I have noticed that I'm a channel collector, but I have lost a few channels, and I'm like, did they lose their channel? Where did they go?
I don't think they did.
I had to resub to London McLovin. I had to resub. I thought I was subbed to like Richie's channel, and I had to resub to his. What was I doing? My head hurts. As it does happen from time to time. Isn't it grads? Yeah. Uh-oh. I don't think it's there anymore. Crazy. It happens. The channels get taken down. And then there's this crazy guy up in Buffalo.
Oh.
Everybody's crazy right now. Yeah, I'm getting a massive headache. I think I'm having too much fun. It's just one of those headaches. So he's a family guy. He's got a full-time job. He's got a family. So he uploads and does and shares when he can. Cans.
Yeah.
Certain aspects related around Buffalo. Broken Window. This channel is like Urban Explorers also, and it has collaborated with the proper people. And then there's this crazy guy. You know, some of the craziest people have the best insight. They know what, they got stuff to talk about. This is Phil's channel. He was on here earlier. And there's my better half and co-host of this evening.
Yeah. So Shardy, that I believe was on 007's channel as well. Richie. I think that was just a few nights ago.
I can look it up. I stopped screen sharing, but I can go and pretty sure. No, that's the one before that. No, that's the short one.
Oh, it's the 8-hour long one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was really cool.
Because Bex was there, and then Balderson showed up. I was like, "What? Bex, Balderson, you, Richie, that?"
Yeah,
I should do that once a week. Damn. Yeah, that was the Sunday Speakeasy episode. That was 4 days ago on the 25th.
Yeah, Ben, Balderson, Bex, me, Richie. That was a heck of a time. And what do you mean you can watch me 2-speed no problem? Do I talk that slow?
Oh, so do I. I'm like,
I talk so slow that you can put me in 3-speed and it's still... Then I talk normal, I guess. Faster? I don't know. It's funny.
When we're live and we're talking brain processing and looking at the video, looking at the share screen, looking at the chat, looking at the time, looking at battery, the power, looking at just juggling the balls.
Well, but you know, I talk slow because I want to make sure that my clear thoughts come out clearly.
My phone died. Clearly, while we're live, and then it renders, and then it's there, and then you go.
Yeah.
He's a scout, man.
You know, I don't know. I've noticed that a lot of people that generally talk really fast and they just don't slow down. They just keep rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. And then they go back and they go, "Holy crap! Did I just say that? No, what I meant to say was that." And then they talk really fast, and then they just keep going. I'm like, "Oh my god!" And it's not because they talk fast. It's because to me, I guess maybe my processing thinking skills take an extra second to catch up. I guess
we're still getting the bearings of doing this live stream stuff. And
but I don't. I guess I don't want to stick foot in mouth too much. I guess I want to make sure I want to make sure it comes out clearly. That way, I'm not constantly putting foot in mouth, going, "Oh crap! I talk too fast and messed up."
I just think it takes time to just get used to juggling the balls.
I think because, you know, like you pointed out there, JJ's, that because we're still kind of new to this, I think we're kind of slowly getting used to, you know, being on screen a little more, I guess.
It's for you and everybody else. It's even for ourselves. We're still grasping.
Yeah.
What are we doing? We talk about almost every day. We're like, do we really need to? I mean, we don't have to. I mean, we can. I'm like, I'm kind of having fun. And we
know.
each other. We know.
We know. That's why you are
That's why I was like, yeah, we're just figuring this out. We're just rolling with it, having fun, and not hopefully stressing over it. Like we get excited and we do stress because we want it to be enjoyable and we want it to like the whatever research to basically kind of like matter. And we're just figuring it out as we go and having fun. And that's why making all the shout out videos is just was fun and connecting with people. I think that's what I was trying to get to.
Yes.
And definitely connecting with people on more than one platform. You were just sitting outside the other day, babe. He was able to sit outside because our hallways are exterior hallways. It's really good for Florida. He's sitting on the stairs talking to his mom, and you had one neighbor after another walking by. Hey, how are you? Hey, how's it going? What are you doing? You're sweating like crazy, sitting outside, like in the shade. And his mom was like, "Oh, she's still up in Michigan. You know, we're down in Florida. You got some really nice neighbors. It seems like everybody's always saying hi. I mean, not everybody, but for the most part, like, yeah, we were like more neighborly down here than Michigan."
Oh, Michigan. You know, all right. You know what? You know what I think of when I think of Michigan? I think of people who act like this.
What planet am I on? Earth. Earth? Terrible name for a planet. Might as well call it Dirt. Planet Dirt.
Which is what Earth is called. It's dirt Earth. But just the rude.
I know
moody-
it's.
I mean, even for myself, being in Florida, becoming like, I didn't like Michigan's grumpy, the northern states, I don't know, in general. 90% of everybody is grumpy, cold shoulder, and just, and it gives me a headache. It gave me like, I don't like socializing because people are rude and not understanding. And my personality is more southern, I guess. I don't sound like it because I'm nasally when I talk. But being courtesy and having manners, for the most part, 90% of the people down here, they look out for each other. They say hi, how you doing? I swear it's the sunshine. It literally is the environment to support being social.
Yeah, and yes, the Cheeseheads neighbor, Michigan.
They have great cheese. They do.
Yes.
When it's like homemade cheese. Yes, Wisconsin is on the other side of Lake Michigan. But still cold weather. Their cows are not happy even though the cheese is good. I don't know why people farm their animals in cold weather. Like, I just feel bad. I just remember that happy cows come from California. That commercial. Happy cows come from California. And I'm like, you know what? There's happy cows, happy deer, there's happy birds. The squirrels do not hibernate here. It's like a world of difference being in Florida. Just to adjust, even at 40 years old, to look at the understanding of the environment makes a difference. Because the squirrels, it's 9 months out of the year, it's fucking cold. They have to hibernate. They have to. Florida, they don't have to, but they still have the same habits as the squirrels in Michigan, but they don't have to. And it's just interesting to sit here and comprehend that aspect, but also, I mean, just your environment in general. Because I have been watching the moon for 7 years, so I take pictures for the last 7 years, not just pictures but video, and I do stand there and look at it with my eyes. I don't constantly have the camera in front of my face documenting and looking and wondering the pattern of the moon and the sun and the seasons. When I really started paying attention to it with my own eyes for the last 7 years, a lot stood out. Now, I do like using apps, and I share that on my community tab. in using what's it called? Stellarium. Sounds like that one channel.
Stellarium, yeah.
Stellarium app. It's one of a few apps. I think it's like $1.99 to notice and see the pattern in the zodiac signs or astrological, whatever you want to call it. The sun, the moon, the planets, with and just getting more familiar with. Oh, really? He's gonna crack 10. Cool.
Is he gonna do it?
Familiar with our environment. It extends out above our heads into that space between the treetops, the mountaintops, and the stars. So it was like really cool to notice that from Michigan to Florida, there's a huge difference in the way that the sky looks. I was like, whoa, all of a sudden it looked like we're just ended, but it didn't. The way the sky looks. The angle of the moon phase. The moon phases are the same, but the angle of the moon phase is different from Michigan to Florida. And it doesn't really make any sense because I'm not sure what the shape of things are to support the angle of the moon phase. Because in Michigan we get the banana when it's like a thumb, it's a crescent. Either side of the crescent, you get like telephone banana. And I go, okay, down here when the moon rises and it's a crescent, you get the Chester cat smile. That's like a shit. What degree angle difference? Oh, my brain hurts. 90-degree angle difference, I think. To go from banana smile.
Yeah.
If you hold it up like an old telephone, to come into Florida and seeing the moon rise with a crescent, and I call it the Chester cat smile, and I'm like, what the? That blew my mind a year ago.
Everybody say goodnight to Shirley.
Good night. I'm ready to call it. My
Good
head
night,
hurts.
Shirley.
I was so excited, and all my energy went into the first 2 hours with the video and the chat, and it went really good. And
So Not Really Here said we have overcast often. It makes it hard to track.
Yeah.
Yes,
the
Michigan.
states.
That's another reason why we left Michigan,
I
so
think
to
it's the
speak.
northern
It's
states,
just
yeah.
there's hardly any sun up there. It's just nothing but clouds, and yep.
Clouds,
Indeed.
cold weather, overcast. 90% of the time. It's the opposite down here. 90% of the time, you get clear skies. It took me today forever. It took me forever to find the moon because there was a storm building up when the moon was supposed to be rising in the east. So I had to wait it out, and I didn't upload it. Now my phone's dead. Everything's on my phone. So when I upload it later, you'll see I'll have a video of really cool sun setting with the clouds, and then I find the moon eventually. So I mean, just enjoying your environment and exploring it, almost like a preschooler again. I just feel like you're back in preschool, kindergarten, first grade, going back to basics. When I get overwhelmed and frustrated with stuff, I'm just like, I'm going back to basics. I need to regroup. I need to refresh. I'm just gonna constantly remind myself to go back to basics. Simple, it's easy, and still entertaining until I'm just sliding out of the chair and I'm done. Because I get exhausted doing live streams. I'm good at 2 hours. I don't know why we're still live. But that is why my icon is up, because I'm not even sitting up in the chair. I'm just like, I'm melting.
Melting.
I like hanging out and talking, but the rest of me just can't keep up. Like, but even my talking skills are definitely done at 4 hours. Holy crap. So we're going to call it a night, babe, okay? We're done. I'm done. I'm like literally like hanging on the chair. Oh my God. The chair is not built for that. It's not a Barca lounger either.
Yeah, so we'll probably definitely do this again in the near future. Find another vintage film that we can go over and expand upon, and do another one of these open panel invites. So anybody
I call it
can.
movie night because they're technically films. But yeah, it
Yeah.
was fun. It was fun sharing and talking about it, because when I watch these, I'm sitting there, I'm hitting pause, and I'm saying something. So I'm like, why not do a live stream? Maybe other people get a kick out of it. We'll just try it. I get a kick out of it. I'm talking to myself half the time. And then I have to go find Joe, and I'm like, hey, if I show you this and I say that, is it funny? It's entertaining. And it's also, hey, what do you think? I want to ask other people, what do you think? So if I keep at it for a while, maybe other people will still like participate. What do you think? Let's talk about it.
Alrighty, we're gonna get going and roll the outro, and
thanks everybody.
Throw up the tags. So appreciate it. We'll catch y'all next time, and maybe a couple more might hop on here and have more conversation.
1:10 a.m.
So done. Alrighty, everybody. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Quick, change the channel. Hold up. Hey. This must never be seen by anyone.
Why? Here goes. I sped. I followed too closely. I ran a stop sign. I almost hit a Chevy. I sped some more. I failed to yield at a crosswalk. I changed lanes in the intersection. I changed lanes without signaling while running a red light and speeding.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yes?
Not you, him. What's your name?
Me.
Yes, you.
I am me. He's me. And I'm you.
You, me, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.